Okay, so whenever you're ready, go ahead and share your screen.
Let me see if I can figure out which one it is here.
There you go.
All right. So,
I'm going to send a request to control your screen.
okay,
So I can drive if I need to. All right, there we go.
here we go.
Oh, see, your fence line's huge.
Yeah, so I blew up. So what I started working on here was I went to the building. I went back to the site. I had to get one more shot. This building over here, it actually comes in, goes over. I measured that, and then I got a pavement shot kind of up in the corner there. And so, listen, they're already tearing up this sidewalk, this parking space up here. They're just right on my heels.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to kind of look at everything, and I think probably back off on some of the brass tacks. What did I do here? But I did come in and I fixed this. So
Okay.
what the hell happened here? Okay, I'm missing a line. I had all these points here.
Yep.
And number one, we can get rid of this blue building line because this is a little like a little ramp. They were driving, things up into it. And this building line is 2/10. There's this EC that's the outer edge of the slab. We can get rid of this building because we can really just go off of the outer limits of that slab. I had a line from 247. No, I did not. Okay. Now I remember. So what I was trying to do here, Ken, I started over here.
Yep.
And I created an EC5 ST.
Okay.
And what I was trying to do, because this is the top, this line here is the top of that slab. I was trying to create the that as a break line and do a horizontal offset down the difference between the pavement and the top of that slab at each of these points. So I started it. I created new numbers. I went 433 to EC5 ST. Here's my first code. Building. No. See, this is where I think I got it screwed up right here. No. EC5 OH and 0. And then
yeah, and you don't need to do an OH 0. If it is 0, you can just omit it if you want. But
okay. So you see what I was trying to do there, drop it down.
I see what you're trying to do. Let me give you a little bit of encouragement here. First of all,
please.
Like you've got an OH 0 and then a vertical offset. You cannot have vertical structures in your terrain modeling. It has to lean just a little bit. So you'd have to, in the sense that the bottom line has to be out. So you can't make vertical surfaces or overhangs. They all have to be leaned back just a little bit. That's just a function of the mathematical algorithm that creates the triangulation. Now, that being said, also what I want you to realize too is that if you're getting in and starting to do some of these edits to try to clean this up, don't try to do everything with field to finish. You can just draw a 3D line between point numbers. You don't have to code it and let field to finish drive it by the description. The reason I was pointing that out for you in that first little pass is that once you get those codes done, you're going to be able to come out of the field with all this stuff done. But now at this point, I think you've got the sense of that field to finish. Then let's work on, finishing this up with manual edits and get into the actual model itself.
Okay. And I'll tell you, Ken, I've been bragging on you to anybody that would listen to me in the last couple of days, because listen, 2 weeks ago, my dad came over this morning. He was like, holy hell, what have you been doing? And man, I went on a little job yesterday for a friend to pick up a house that we had done a new build on a big property that we platted. And as I stood up on a intersection of a EG and two ECs, I'm like, okay, here's my opportunity, coach. And I did a triple code on a point, and I couldn't believe it. I brought it in, and my God, it was beautiful. I didn't have look like Walt Disney threw up on one point, threw up a bunch of Carlson blocks in one spot. It was just beautiful. So that is already a game changer already. I mean, just a beautiful, beautiful drawing, you know, not points everywhere. I would just, if it hadn't been 1 o'clock in the morning, I'd have gone gotten dad and showed him. It was pretty fun.
Well, good, good. All righty. So let's do a couple of real quick little cosmetic things. I want to look at this.
Yeah, I don't know how I did that.
Line type scale of 1. Look down here at the bottom of your status bar, and it says that you have an annotation scale 1 inch equals 50 feet. So that part's okay. But if I go up to my settings and look at my drawing setup, here's what happens. Is if you've got, you know, whatever you set here is going to change this. And this, again, is the one thing that I wish Carlson would do differently. That's okay if you're not going to use AutoCAD line types. You need to have this number set to 1. So even though you change this and it changes these over here for you for the text and the symbol size, it also changes this based on this 1/2 inch you want for every line type pattern separation. So what you need to do is set that back to 1. And then when that does it, you see the fence line comes in, you know, more like you're wanting to do it. And sometimes if that doesn't happen, you have to look at a variable called MSLT scale and make sure that that's on. And the same thing is true for when you're over in paper space, there's a PSLT scale, and that needs to be on as well. But an overall LT scale, and there's another way of doing the same thing that I did with the settings dialog. You can just type LT scale and set it to 1 instead of having the Carlson dialog set it for you like that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So now what's going on up here? Let's see. You've got those. Those are all still good up in there, right? I haven't changed any of that. Now you might be getting into some things. Want to make sure that we're off, that these lines are off of this line. If I look at this line, get that and that. And if we look at that in our 3D viewer.
Oh, this will be fun.
And I'm going to give this a little bit of vertical exaggeration in the viewer, just because I want to verify that cross area here. So I see that looks like that this sidewalk line is sitting up higher than those other lines, and that's what I wanted to verify. It's tiny, and you know, I'm at a 5-time exaggeration, so it looks like that's probably what we want to do. Now, one thing that we do need to resolve though is this vertical stuff here. So if it, and I'll show you how we do that to fix that too, is if you tell me what now we're going to be finished with field to finish. We're going to do the rest of these things manually, just so I can you know, we can get on to getting this modeled. I also wanted to take a look here too at Yeah, see, right now you got some. Oh, no, that was not as bad as I feared.
I'm not sensitive, I
I thought
promise
that
you.
was, I thought that was a
Oh, and
vertical.
I
thought
didn't
that
fix
was-
that on, I didn't fix that on the other side. Gosh darn it, I forgot
This is
about
not
that.
done, and this edge over here too. So there's a point there that's goofy. And that is. Whoop, that's that EP point. Yeah, see, it says 672 versus 665,
Mhm.
666. So that point is, and I don't know what it is, or what it should be. It looks
can
like
fix that.
everything. There's 67, 35, 66. So it's sort of coming down. So what's your typical rod height? And would
So
that,
I had, that's what I was just looking at now in my notes. So I had, 2 rod heights on this, and in this area, I would have been using a 6.56. Let me think about that again. Yeah, because when I was doing this all with the robot, and my robot stick was 6.56.
okay. And what's the other one? What's the difference in the two rod heights?
Well, and I just realized the other one was just for the GPS when I set up and cooked it. So that would have just been on either my that would have just been for the GPS rover rod heights when I took a couple of ground shots or set up my base, and that was 5.5 instrument rod height, 5.53.
Yeah, so it's
No.
more than just, it's going to be more than just the rod height that's going on, because that's a difference in rod height of what, 1 point something feet.
Right.
So of course, it depends on how long the shot is. If it were traversed or if it was observed optically, as to what that's going to be. So, I don't know what to tell you there to make it. I would say, to get this thing moving ahead, let's compare that. Let's compare 39 at 666.26 to the gutter shot, which was 0.19. So that difference, if you got is this a gutter shot here? Yeah, there's a gutter shot. Let's just apply that same difference
Okay.
to set that elevation. So if we take that, we got 666, 26, 19. So that's a difference of 0.07. So then this number should be
666.06.
06. And so I'm just double clicking it and I'm saying 666.06.
Okay.
All right, so that'll fix that. And again, you can see. Let me see here. Let me learn your ribbon here a little bit. All right, so if look at the view.
And I still don't, obviously, if I get better, I'll have that better arranged.
Well, I don't see the.
Are you looking for the 3D viewer?
Yeah, I saw it a minute ago right there when I hit that, and it.
Is it on? I thought.
Oh, it's on Surface. Okay. That's silly. See, that's why I don't use it, because I don't think the programmers did a good job with that. I mean, that's not the primary reason I don't use it, is that it messes up my screen real estate. Oh, now if I zoom in there now, you see what I did is I changed the point, but I did that, so this needs to go down to where that point is. Okay. And so that would be simple matter, we just select our 3D line. And we're going to snap off of this, and then we're going to, I'm just hovering over the 3 on there and see how it snaps into the point location.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's now set the elevation right there. It's red.
Okay.
The reason that they snapped into that point location because of that was on because of this right here. It's under Carlson setup in your survey settings. We said automatic point object snap on.
Mhm.
If that ever should get out of sync or whatever gets turned off, you can always turn it on with this settings menu, and it's right here. And it's just
Oh,
okay.
I was looking for that last night on the other drawing.
Okay. So now back to our viewer. And now you should see that. Oops, let's get it rolled up here.
Mhm.
There we go. All right,
Nice.
good. And then actually I'm looking at the back. What I want to do is look over here at the roadside. There you can see. All right, so that I can live with that. That would be more than fine. I want to make sure that we still have. Yeah, we still. I just didn't pick up that when I did the.
Yeah, I didn't see the top of curb.
That's because all I did was cross these, and so this was right here.
And
So I didn't grab it. That's all. It's there. All right. So now, so we got that fixed. Now I don't have any idea a justification other than if we go from here across and back down, we can apply that differential,
mhm.
assuming the road crowns in the middle. Now here's one thing too. I'm not all that concerned about this side because we're working over here. We're not working over here.
Yes.
But we do
Right.
want that to sort of give us an indication of the contours across the road. Okay. So even though our oh, and by the way, when I changed this point elevation, and then went back and changed this 3D line, we don't even have to change the points at all. In fact, I could turn all of these points completely off if I wanted. But and then all we had to do is change this line work, but then we'd have to tell this point to not be used in the surface. Okay.
Oh, I see.
All right, so we've got this line. Now I'm going to do something here. I'm going to say, let's see, you've got gutter. Oh, you've also got a back of curb. Is there potentially a layer that's not shown?
I don't.
Good Lord, Carlson. All right. I'm gonna, well, they're all on. All right, so from this point here, that point is. All right, so that's the back of curb. It's right where that leader is going to. I wanted to do something here for this leader. Minimum leader length scalar, 1/10 of an inch. Okay. Well, 1/10 of an inch would be 5 feet, so you have to get away. Let's put this a little smaller. Let's go 0.4, make it 1/2 foot. And then we'll do this and be able to still see our leader. Ooh. All right. All right, so you've got line there from 21. There's a gutter. And those are both kind of weird. You've also got an edge of pavement, you've got a gutter and a back of curb. Okay, so we just have not generated the gutter and the back of curb line work, or for whatever reason, it was erased.
Highly likely.
Looks like you've got them there now. So to get that, let's get a sense of what our differential is here in the middle. So if I take an EP, I've got a 668.76. And again, we're going to do this basically just by fixing line work. So, all right, and then the gutter shot, let's see, that was EP, and then the gutter is 68.70. 68.70. And then the there should be it's okay, then the back of curb. Did it right there. 69.19. All right, so we're gonna build us that function. Yeah. So let's see here. If we that's that. Now let's see how high up we go to the pavement here. 669.11 is center line. Okay. So we're going to then go with that relationship. We have this edge of pavement at 660 all the way across. So I'm going to let's see. It's not exactly level, but what do we have this EP over here? Is 77.58. It should be one like 61.18. Okay, so if we do this, I'm going to select this line and just get rid of it. That's the 2D line, so I'm not so concerned about that one. Let's see if I can isolate my layer here. Line in here too. I think that's across the of that concrete. So we would probably see here. Restore those. What is that? It's the edge of concrete. All right, so you've got a line across there that's the edge of concrete across the entrance. And you've also got this line that goes all the way across. To that which is the edge of pavements. One, EP1 in line. So that was get that one drawn as an edge of pavements. Is there a, I mean, that's not a road edge, right? It's like,
No, and that's basically the edge of pavement for the parking lot.
oh, okay, all right. So yeah, it's not so yeah, okay, I see it there. So you come through here, EP, yeah, so that's pulling that up. So you've got this
We can actually get rid of one of those lines if we need to. If we need to get rid of that EC, we sure can.
yeah, we probably do need to. Let's see, this one is, that's an edge of concrete that goes to there. And that was because of this is a concrete apron, is that what the concrete is?
Yes, yes.
Okay, it's not pulling another feature back this way, so, all right,
No.
so I'll get rid of that one. Now, what is that? That doesn't go to anything. Is it any? I think we need to just got rid of that one as well. So now there should only be and that's also says concrete. Is that only there to there? Yeah, now we'll do that same thing up here a minute. And let's find this one here. And this one. Yeah, so that'll be okay. All right, now there's, looks like there's oh, good, okay. All right, so what is this? It's on 3D brake line key. Okay, there we go. Now, if we isolate 3D brake line and 3D brake line key. So I'm working on just those. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this structure. We're going to take, first of all, this one line or polyline edge of the road. And we're going to put it over here on the other side. I'm glad I let that on. That'll give me something to shoot for over there as a distance. I forgot to measure the distance across. So we're just going to basically put this over here at that same horizontal offset. So it'll basically be the same elevations from one side down the other,
Okay.
down to the other. And then I'm gonna straighten out a couple of these. I'll take some of these individual kink points out of the edges here, because you've got them because we're coming across the apron. So I'm gonna get rid of those once I get them over here. And then we're going to apply this differential to build up from the edge of pavement back down to the gutter, then back to the back of curb. And then we'll figure out what the top of curb line needs to be there as well. So what we want to do is essentially offset this line, but we can't do a standard CAD offset, you remember, because it's a 3D feature, and CAD offsets are just, they have to be planar. So this is not planar, but we're going to do it with the Carlson tool, which is a 3D offset. And that should be under your, would it be under draft? I don't know what they're calling this. Text polyline. You could draw a 3D line, but I don't want to draw one. I want to. Here's an edit. So there's your standard offset. I want, where did they, there's your 3D.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. So we're gonna, well, that's the command we're going to use. But first, I need to draw a line. We should have your draw tools out. I don't see them anywhere. Let's see. I'm gonna. Carlson draw. Where did that go? I'm gonna put that. So I'm going to draw a 2D polyline from the end of that. And I'll go perpendicular if it'll find it being 3D. Yes, I'm going to find it. Let's see. I'm going to do this again as a 2D. I'll just snap there. And we'll come up here to this end. And now I've got something I can snap perpendicular to. Now, these are just temporary. I'm not going to. Oh, really? There. Right, so that distance is 34.85. So essentially a 35-foot wide pavement. All right, now let's. That was a back of curb. Okay, so what we really need to do is to move this from there. Here's our EP. That's what I wanted to go to. So that's now edge of pavement. And now I'll just trim that off. Get rid of the rest of it over there. All right, so I'm now pavement edge to pavement edge, and that is 32.87 feet. So that's what I'm going to use to, let me write that down here. So 32.87. We'll just use that to keep it close. Now I'm going to go back and isolate again. This and the ones to keep. Now we've got to do that 3D offset. So offset 3D polyline. And the method is going to be by interval. And these are all, you know, very good tools, like especially if you're doing some grading design. But this is, you know, to get ready to do our modeling, we're going to set this up to build our structure. So I'm going to say, okay. And it's going to basically ask for a horizontal and a vertical difference to move. So horizontally, I'm going to go 3287. All right, now how much of a vertical difference? And this is going to be 0. Okay, so I'm just going, I'm taking this and going to here. All right, so that's representing, basically I mirrored that, you know, 32 feet away. And if you see, there are these intermediate points. Now I'm going to get rid of those other points over there. And let's see, I want to, let's see, yep.
No, don't do that.
Pardon?
I said, don't do that.
Don't do what?
Yawn.
Oh, yawn.
You
Yeah,
yawn.
yeah, sorry.
My
All
head's
right,
gonna
so,
hit the keyboard.
yeah. So let me see, this is, see, it's on the drafting tab and it's a polyline edit. That's why I don't like the way they did the ribbon. But what I want to do is I want to remove a polyline vertex. And I'm going to select the polyline. And I'm just going to remove these vertices. So now that's just got the 2 endpoints and held their elevation all the way down now. So now we're going to need to step down and then up to get those differences. So if I take this edge of pavement with my 3D offset, I'm going to go, shoot, I didn't get my distances yet. Problem, I can't graphically show it. I have to know what that distance is. So my gutter line is, let's come right in here. Is I'm just going to draw a 2D. And the reason I'm drawing these as 2D to come across is because the 3D, when I try to get the distance for it, it reads the slope distance and I need to get the horizontal. So there we go, perpendicular to that. There we go. All right, and then so now if I look at that, let's see, let's look at the distance from here to the apparent intersection of this and this. Well, so we can get it to go from here to the apparent intersection. Oh, I'm sorry. So that's, so from EP to the gutter is 1.2728. From the gutter to the top of curb is .0514. So yeah, 0.05, that makes sense as to what we would normally think. EP to the gutter. To the top. 0.05. And then we'll try it once again to get the curb to the back of curb. 0.61. Then that becomes 0.61. All right. So now I'm done with these 2D lines, excuse me. And I'll get rid of those. And now we've got a relationship figured out. So I'm going to now do the offsets with my 3D offset by interval. And I'm going to go from the edge of pavement to the gutter, which is 1.2728. 0.2728. The differential there now, I have to do a subtraction. I didn't get the deltas. All right, edge of pavement to gutter is 8, it's 0.06. 0.06, that's not much. But that's fine, except it's negative. Negative 0.06. So I'm going to take that and we're going to go over to here. All right, so there's our gutter. Now I have to end the command, even though it's asking me for another one to offset, but I have to end the command because I have to change the numbers, and I just repeat that command. Oops. The 3D offset command by the same method to give it new numbers. So now I'm going from the gutter to the top of curb, and this is going to be 0.05. And the vertical difference is, let's see, 19, so 9, 19, 8.7. 0.49, so it's almost it's almost a half a foot, so we'll just call it the 0.5. And I'll take this and go there.
Nice.
Finish it. I'm going to do one more 3D offset, and the horizontal difference now is 0.61 and a vertical difference of 0. And I wonder if it'll let me pick last. I don't think it will. Yeah, I guess it will. All right, so last over to here. Now, what we have 3D wise
It looks good from here.
So there's that curb structure. You got the curb structure across the street.
Mm-hmm.
That looks pretty good. Let's turn on the layers again. And now I'm going to draw a 3D line.
Just so you can have that break line down the center of the road.
Exactly.
Well, this helps so much in the field. I'm going to go stick that damn chihuahua on the bed real quick.
All right, I'll go ahead and grab these.
Come on, Cookie. Oh.
Yeah. Are you back, Mike?
I am.
Here's one thing I noticed here. It caused me a little problem when I was starting to do that the first time. You have this setting turned on here to auto correct for 90-degree corners.
Okay.
And I'm needing to go from point to point. So as it's going, it's trying to force those into 90-degree turns. So you need to just, pay attention to that and make sure it's only on when you want it to be on, like if you're drawing a square building. And if it's within a certain tolerance, it'll snap those squares. So I would be careful of those.
Okay.
Now I want to go from point number 129. Why isn't that get toggled off? I guess it did. All right. So now once more into the breach. I'm not going to prompt for elevation or slope because I'm going to just read the point. So I'm going to go there. I'm going to go from, there's the pavement. There's the pavement. And there's the pavement. Now that's assuming that's sort of center. It's not exactly center, but you get the idea. Oh, and that's why it's not exactly, because I went to the wrong point. So I'll go from there to there. Now it's a little bit more like
a little bit more.
Again, we just keep verify.
Right. Yeah, a little cockeyed there.
Yeah, now you see all these points over here?
Mm-hmm.
Now I need to make sure that I do not use those when I model my surface. I'm only going to use the line work in here and not those points. Okay, so there's several ways you can do that. One is you can just erase those points if you wanted out of the drawing. You don't want to erase them out of your coordinate file necessarily. You can just take them out of the drawing. Since we're not doing field to finish anymore, it's not going to dump them in there every time we do it. So I'm going to move with attributes. Or move attributes with leader. And I'm just going to say restore. Well, crap. Let's see. Try move with leader, restore. That's what I meant to do. There we go. All right. So now that's back. So all of these points on this side, I either need to make sure I don't select them when I build the surface, or I can turn them off. Like if I edit these points, if I edit that point, you see this little checkbox down here that says on surface. So that will be, even if you select it, it won't be used to do the surface modeling. Now there's no way, I don't think, that you can do a multiple on that. Let me see. I think that should, yeah, it's on your other screen is probably the entire.
Yeah, let me bring that up.
You can, yeah, you can just. Yeah, so I don't know. There we go. Yeah, see, I don't know what I don't know which points those are. I was wondering if you just selected a few points, would it only limit those? So it doesn't. So let's do this. I'm going to make another layer called points freeze, and I'm going to put those points on that layer so that I know not to use them. I could go through here and change those point elevations to match those. But see, I've got some things in here that I'm not exactly on the line.
Mhm.
You know, I'm close. You can see that one's, well, that's the EP point. That one probably was. But see, back here's this point that's back a curb, and we're actually sitting in here.
Mhm.
So, you know, we're not exactly there. So I just essentially want to take them out of the drawing, or if I could remember that they're not in the drawing, I can just erase them out of the drawing and leave them in the CRD file and only put them back in the drawing if I need them for the drawing. Now you see also I've got that. See that V road edge? See, that's the EP line that goes up to that edge of pavement. Then remember, we straightened out, we took the kinks out of it.
Mhm.
So that line, because when we freeze this 3D break line, you know, if you were to draft that up, we're going to freeze all these 3D break lines. We'll put we'll just leave that one where it is, you know, where it was originally done. That's fine, because that's going right through your points. You know, also, while I'm at it, draw a 2D break line. I'm going to uncheck that box right there, and I'm going to put this on my road center line. Which do we have a V road center line?
What does the V stand for?
Survey. I know survey.
Oh, you told me that. Yeah.
Survey starts with an S, but the structural guys got there first. And so they got V for survey and C for civil. G is typically in an AEC setup it's usually used for general, but it can also be used for geology.
Okay.
But it's usually not. It's usually just general. But A for architectural, C for civil, S for structures, V for survey, M for mechanical.
And so you could have those, you know, in drawings where you've got mechanical guys, engineering guys. Is that to differentiate those different workflows between the different groups?
Yes, absolutely. And so, and you know, you can get different symbology, because you want like a proposed building, a C-BLDG-OUTL for outline. A proposed building might be a heavyweight solid line, whereas an existing building might be a thin weight light gray color line. Or you might have some things like existing contours are typically dashed, and proposed are typically solid and heavier. So you set up the layers to represent that when they get drawn.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to say okay to here, and I'm just going to go from this guy. Now, all I'm doing here is creating that 2D line as a center line. So when we freeze, so we're by layer, I want this color to be also by layer. I'm going to set my current color. And that's all good. All right. So now, and I'll put this guy underneath. All right, so we're good with that 3D stuff. You'll get everything you need for drafting. We've got everything for there. Now, what I'm going to do now to handle these points is I'm going to create a layer. If you notice, there is a layer. Other screen, I'm guessing. Did that come up on the other screen?
Oh, gosh, darn it. Yes. I was just sitting there looking at it, Ken. Sorry.
That's all right. All right, so there is a layer. Typically, let me see, I'm just going to come up here in this little highlight box and say, show me everything that starts with a P and T. So I've got points. I've got point number, elevation, description, mark, and P and T, TXT for another label that we've used. All right, so I'm going to make a new layer, and I'm going to name that one PNTS -FREEZE. Okay, just because I want to make them frozen, and I'm going to go ahead and just set that to be frozen. And I'm just going to select up these points. Now that's the manhole. I don't want to freeze that necessarily, but I will mark it as a non-surface point, just in case we were to select it. So I've selected all those points, and instead of being on layer points, we're going to put them on layer PNTS freeze, which is right here. Bada bing, bada boom, and they now have been relegated to the freezer. And I will double click this and make sure it's set to non-surface, because it's over here outside of our realm. We don't need it, although we will use this one as long as it's flush on the ground.
I may have turned that one off because I started doing that. You might check that one. No?
No, I'm going to go ahead and turn it off. Uh-oh. What's going on?
Uh-oh.
That needed to go there. I don't want to jump.
Oh, you know why? We hit that.
Oh, I know
Put
why.
that 3D to that manhole first.
Yeah, I know why, because it's or here's the reason why that happened. The link line work with points.
Mm-hmm.
And because I drew that line point to point to point, and then I just did a grip edit from there to there. So what I really need to do is I can do a number of things. I can go back to the edit and remove the reactors from that if I wanted. But you know what's going to be easiest is just to redraw it.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take that out. I'm going to draw my 3D poly. And this time I'm going to go from 125. There's your center line, by the way, to 128 to 129. And the center line looked awfully huge. This one back here was what? Center 2. So if I look at V road center line, it's set to 72, I think. All right then. Let's see what that looks like. The scaling's a little different here. That's better. All right, so now fix those others in case they're hard coded. If I select that guy, I right click and choose select similar. And I'm going to make its line type instead of those that are hard coded. Let me just put them back to bilayer. Now, up here in our center line, I'm just going to copy this out to the side here a little bit. So that would be the style of that. So that's got a good enough pattern. Okay. All right. So now we're getting closer. So we got those points out of the way. We've turned that into a non-surface point. Let's now go back and double click that and turn him into a non-surface point. And water valve is possibly okay to be in the surface. They're typically flush on the pavement. So we'll leave that one there in case unless it causes a big stink. All right. So now we got everything fixed there. I'm going to first of all come up here and save your drawing. Now, so we got a bunch of stuff there. We got a bunch of points down here. Those should still be okay. And once we get all right, so once we get the line work, the 3D line work created to our satisfaction, we don't even need to use those points out there as long as the lines were drawn through the points. So you could do, not even use points at all. You're just going to use the 3D edges. However, you got some points like these here in the middle that aren't connected with line work, and those points you do want to use. So, you could, now here's this control, I think. Is that flush to the ground, do you know?
I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
Control
It is
point,
flush
is
to
that-
the ground.
Okay, so we can use it for the surface. Same thing with this other one, control 1, wherever that one is back down this way.
Yes, that is flush to the surface.
Okay, so those are okay. So we don't need any of those to turn off. Now, let's fix this stuff. With around this landscaped area real quick. So I'm gonna isolate. This. We'll get this one as well. I think get those two. Right. So now here's my building. We get some wonkies over here. Let's see, what's this?
I had some leaders.
All right, but see, they're 3D. So if you go to model the surface with those, they're going to generate those. Look at my open options. There's the lens to turn off snaps, prompt for curves. Yeah, so it doesn't.
When you move a point with the leader,
Yeah.
how do you undo that after you've gone through some steps and come back and like, okay, I don't want that leader and I don't want that point there anymore?
Yep, you go back to, in fact, I'll let you do it here. In fact, I'm gonna let you do it from this point forward. Let's first go to the view menu and choose restore layers so you can see them. There you go. Now, go to the points menu and you're gonna run that same command, move points with leaders, move point attributes with leader. And now you see the option before you click a point, you see the options down there that say on the command line, one of which says R to restore.
Yes.
Just either click that with the mouse or type R and hit enter. Now pick on the ones you want to put back.
Okay.
The other one.
I'm gonna move these back just because it.
That's all right. Now type R to restore again. And I think you have to do R each time. Yeah.
Okay.
So now they're done. All right.
Okay.
Hit enter to finish. Excellent question. So now we're going to go back. So let's go up to the view menu and isolate layers.
Isolate layers. Okay.
Go back out toward the main entrance and get the 3D break line and get the building. You don't, yeah, you got the one. All you're doing is identifying the layer. So go ahead and get.
Okay.
Yeah, so do yeah, there you go. And now also go up to that little curb cut. And
right here.
Green lines, yeah, because that's a layer called 3D break line keep. Remember, we didn't want field to finish to screw it up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So go ahead and select that one. If you have already clicked it, that's fine. Just hit enter. Okay, good. Oh, we missed the building.
Ah.
All right, so undo that and then run the command again. Yeah, I would just do a crossing selection right through that so that you get the building. No, that's window, go crossing, you have to go to the left. You click and move the window to the left and it becomes crossing. And now you have to run the command again because.
Oh shoot.
It's all right.
So go back to isolate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now just click there and drag it to the left. And there you go. As long as see, when you go to the right, it becomes a window. So everything has to fit inside it. But if you go to the left, zoom in here. Let me, yeah, zoom. All right. Now watch what happens if I click right here. And if I go this way, you see it's green. And if you get out far enough, you see that that's a dashed border.
Okay.
And if I go this way, it's blue. See that? And it's a solid border. That means everything I select with this has to fit entirely within that. If I go this way, crossing instead of window, crossing means all I have to do is touch it. Now I grab both of those, okay? And go up here and I'll just do another crossing this way. And now, there you go. All right.
Okay.
All right, so now let's fix this. If was there nothing in there, huh?
Now that I'm not sure what happened there. I may not have been able to get that corner shot. So I got the two ends and just draw those together like the other side.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's exactly what happened.
In fact, in the civil side, you've got tools that you can actually intersect those to a point. But let's talk about what this is if I want to take a look at this in our viewer. Now talk me through. What's going on here? So I've got a building and it looks like that is like a raised.
Yeah, those are raised planters.
Okay. So right down below that line, there needs to be, that's where the pavement is.
Yes.
We have to figure out what that height differential is in there. And we'll do that. All right, so you're shooting along the top until you get to right here. And then you drop down. Now that's like a sidewalk area at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So what we'll do is we're going to offset these top edges down. And back out of the ways here and spin it around. All right, so that's top all the way around. So we'll offset those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from the top and I'm just going to connect. So top to top to top. I'll connect a point over here. And then top to, I'll go corner to corner to corner. So I'll do it as a top line all the way around. And then I'm going to offset just like we're going to build it just like we did the curb. So I'm going to go out 0.05 horizontally and drop it down, whatever that needs to be, down to the pavement.
Okay.
Then, do we know a width across, are those like, I don't know, 6x6 timbers or something?
It's actually a 4-inch concrete.
Oh, it's concrete. Okay, so 4-inch. So we'll just go 0.33 feet horizontally and 0 difference vertically. And then if we need to, now there's 2 ways you can approach this. You can figure the, are you modeling? Like we're gonna want to model that surface as if that's filled up with material. If it's,
Yes.
if it were open, we'd have to offset it again back down to the pavement. So we're not going to do it. We're going to leave it there. But then when it gets over here at the edge of the building, see, the building itself has, so we're basically saying, remember, we're drawing break lines at her. So we're saying, all right, here's the building corner down on the pavement. It goes all across to the building corner on the pavement. But, that's not really what's happening. That building face is not exposed. So that should not be part of the surface.
Okay.
Understand?
That makes sense.
So it comes up to the corner and I'm out here walking on the pavement and that building corner is all the way down to the pavement. Then I turn, I walk up here and I hit that timber and I have to step up. That's what my surface does. So I need to make sure that this is going to model that same behavior. Okay.
Okay.
So here's how we do that. So we're going to come back here and I'm going to just hold the shift key and press up and also hold the wheel button and then push it around just like it's meant. I'm going to get rid of those 2 little jobs in there. We're going to fix those in just a minute. So I will see if I can figure out where they've hidden this again. Yeah, I'm going to remove polyline segment. I'll get rid of that one. Why is it not? How many things do we have? We've got just the one. Okay. All right, so that remove polyline segment apparently decides it needs to be in plan view to work correctly. So I'm going to do a different, I'm going to break that line. Right there. What's that?
Just that, that's a really cool tool there, breaking that line.
Yeah. That's just a CAD tool. So it's wherever I start to pick. Now I could have fixed it. Now, if I should be able to remove this polyline vertex now. All right, so that's good. Boy, that's not good. It took.
I took out that top.
Yeah, I know what I did. This is the. I had it still selected. I had the delete key. All right, so we're gonna do that. I'm gonna go back to my plan view. Got something else hanging out down here. Looks like you got a point or two. We'll get rid of those. Now, all right, so I want to do this. I'm going to draw temporarily here now a I liked this because it was heavy enough I could see it. So I'm going to temporarily, just in 2D, draw here to here. And then here to here. And now I'm going to intersect those into a corner by just doing a fillet. Standard fillet with a radius of 0. It's already set to 0. I'll grab that. And that. Now I've got the point, okay, that I need to use. So what I want to do is I'm going to come down, not that edge, but I'm just going to draw this feature from the edge of the building around all the way down here back to the edge of the building. And I'm going to use the elevations that it finds as we go there, okay? And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to draw a 3D polyline. We're going to look at our options. I'm going to turn on right now prompting for elevations because I've got that one in the middle that I have to tell it what elevation I want to use. Okay. And in doing that, everything's good. 3D break line, that's all good. I'll say okay. Now I'm just going to come up here and point to that endpoint. And now it looks like so it's starting on that endpoint Why does it give me an elevation of 0? What do I have going on here? Topo concrete, I need to freeze. Because it is topo concrete is frozen. Oh, that's points. There it is. And that's something that, and I wish it weren't this way, but it is, that the snapping always grabs those 0 elevation lines first, and it shouldn't. And even if you put them behind the other line drawing order, it still doesn't go. But that's, I can't get IntelliCAD to get fixed. So now back to Drawer 3D. And we're going to snap here, and you're going to see it's going to read. See that elevation 670.1493. So that is there. It's prompting on my command line. So because I said to prompt it, I'm going to say enter. Okay. So that's all I have to do is confirm it with an enter key. There's another one, 670. Now, when I get to this point, remember that was down at 0.
Yes.
So when I click here, it says 0, 0, 0. What, if I hit enter, I would use it. But if I say interpolate, which is the default, then when I click here and accept that, it has now interpolated that differential between those two. And so now I'm going to, since you shot that point, I'm going to go ahead and use that point. Use that point. I could have just gone across the corner because that's really all I needed. And then once we get this done, we're going to get rid of all those individual pieces and just deal with the one, because we're going to need to do that as an offset. And I'll now fix that back there. And I'm going to type C to close. You don't have to do that, but when I do that, that's going to give me an edge to use. So when I'm going to cut my building off so that it only goes, it's going around up to here. It's down here on the parking lot, but then at some point, and it's going to come across to there. But this line is going to be basically the edge that lets this island create part of the surface is just flat across. Okay. All right. So now a couple things I need to get rid of. I'm going to, first of all, get rid of that 2D that I use for guidance. And that one, I'm going to verify that point there has a 670.015, and up here it was 670.1041. This one was 669.90. So you see how it interpolated that. All right, so that's the one that's good. I'm going to temporarily come up to here and say show hide by selection. I'm going to hide by selection that one thing so that I can now get rid of these individually. And that's good. And I'm going to go back to view, hide, show hide by selection, and show all. So now I've got a nice closed figure that represents that top outside edge of that structure. Actually, you know, I was asking you about the width of that. I don't need to know the width of that. Because
just gonna
that's the back of it. And it's just going to assume, you know, flat across the top and then flat fill up inside it. So that part's going to be fine. All I need to do at this point is to drop it down onto this concrete surface. So I'm going to look at the differences between we'll look at the elevation differences between, say, this step up here over here and at the building corners and see if I can come up with a good average drop. So what do we got there? And I'm looking. There is what, 69, 49, 46. And if I look at it, this one, which we use that one as well, that is 69, 90, 805. That'll have a delta. And then let's look at this one. Which is 69, 52, 11. And then this one, which is 69, 98, 59. That'll have a delta. And then finally, or not finally, we got one more after this. Get this one as well. So I've got this one, which is 70, 1493. And 69, 71, 23. And then finally, this one is 70, 48, 96. And 70, 1241. Okay, so this is the so now seeing if we can find a close enough common denominator. I've got for the first delta, 48, 60. So 0, 48, 59. All right, and then 98. Oops. 0.9859. 0.211. With that delta, I've got 46, 48. Then I've got 4370. And then finally, 3655. All right, so down at this corner, that's only 3655. So let's see, what I want to do is this. If I offset that, all right, I know how to fix this back corner. All right. So we're going to make, so we got like a 0.46 and a 0.48. And then the building corners will handle individually. So if we drop this thing down 0.47, sort of the, I'll call it 0.475. Here, 0.475. So we're going to drape, that'll be a line that goes all the way around it. At that, we're going to, and we'll break it when it crosses the sidewalk. And when we come back here, we're going to fix those corners to be the same as the building corners. So that's going to raise those up slightly. Because they're a little bit less, okay? So let's go to our 3D offset again. And again by interval. And our horizontal, we're just going to say 0.05. Now explain why we're doing this here in a minute. Our vertical offset is negative 0.475. Hit enter. And so I'm going to select this and I'm going to go to the outside. All right, so now I've built a box around, all the way around that. And I need to gap it right across there or add those points. In fact, that's probably the best thing to do, is if I add a point, if I can, here it is, add, I want to add the vertex, there it is, add the vertex. So if I select this, and if I add that, accept it, I'm going to add that and accept it. Okay, so that sort of kinked it in and caught the edge right there, and that'll be fine. Because it's, and you could even leave that line in there, you wouldn't have to. You could trim that off, but that'll help it to step up. You'll see how that happens when we get to it. And now, just to aid a little bit of visualization, I'll show you a little trick I learned. These things that we're dealing with in here are essentially, you know, right over top of each other, but they're raised up in the air on this top one. But I'm going to draw a 3D line, and I'm going, oops, sorry, I'm going to do that again. I'm going to do a 3D line. I'm not going to prompt for elevations this time because I don't want to keep confirming. So I'm just going to go endpoint to endpoint. And it looks like a little bitty line right there in my space. But if I keep doing that here, and then when I spin it around, you're going to see what looks like the, you know, the crease in the concrete. It'll just help you to visualize it. And again, if you're making them as break lines, that's not going to, you know, those really are break lines. They're edges. Now I'm not going to put one back here because I'm going to make this edit to be the same as this in just a minute. So, all right, so we did those. This is sort of like what you did when you surveyed, when you got the one down on the ground, you jumped up and got the one on the top. Okay. So I think as an approach, I think what I might have done is I would have just shot the points down at the base and measured the height of that. If it's consistent. If it's not, you have to give both the base and the top. I'm just thinking of how to save you some time in the field. All right, so I think this will be.
So if you shot it down on the pavement and then did your offset coating to draw that top part.
Correct. But you have to give it a horizontal offset as well. You know, back when you were trying to do those other ones, you said offset horizontal 0. I mean, that's, I like the way you're thinking there, but what we have to do when we're doing this, notice I kicked this base out a little bit. So that it's not an overhang and it's not vertical. If I look at that as a surface now, it leans in just a wee bit. And that's why you have to do that with curbs. You have to do everything else because you can't have vertical surfaces or overhangs because it will blow up the mathematics when it does the algorithms for the modeling. Now, I'm going to come down here and I'm going to change the elevation of this point to match the elevation of this point. In civil, that's easy with that 3D command, but since you don't have it, let's just do it the old-fashioned way. If I look at, you see, if I step through these, I'm going to get to, there's that point right there. And so that's its elevation down here. So what I'm going to do is now select this and see what that elevation is, which is, let me get it here and I'll just step through it. So there's that point. Here's its elevation. So I'm going to select here. Oh, wait, let me see something. Oh, good. It lets me specify. All right. So here we go. I'm going to select the line. I'm going to click the vertex so I can step through them. I see the little marker that tells me that is the first vertex. So now the elevation, I just click in the field and I'm going to click that little arrow and I'm going to read that elevation. So now, oh, damn it. Undo that. It's back to reading that 2D line. So I need to now freeze off the building. Building, 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 building. Now I've got 3D. All right, so here we go. So now if I look at that, that's fine, but for the elevation, I want that elevation. Nope, that's exactly what I don't want to do. All right. It's actually moving the point. All right, so here's the real way to fix that. If you grip edit this, when you move it around, it's changing X, Y, and Z, but there is what's called, do you know how to use point filters?
No.
Okay, so, and I don't know that if I look at them up here. Let's see if I do it. That one's not work, but point filters work like this. When you specify a point, if you type in, now watch what I do here. I'm going to just grip this. I'm going to start to move it. And it says, all right, so where are you going to move it to? All right, so I'm going to say point decimal. So point X and Y. Now you can have point X, in which case it will then ask you to also specify the Y and the Z. You can have point Y, so it needs X and Z. You can have point Z. And it would need X and Y. Okay. Or you could say point X and Y and go back and then all it needs is the Z that you haven't specified yet. So if I say point XY, I hit enter and it says select the XY of what? Well, I'm going to go back to that previous spot. Just let it snap to that endpoint. All right, there's the endpoint. Now look at my prompt. It says still need a Z of, and I'm going to click on that one. And so now that corner right there, if you look at my status bar is 670, 1241. This one is 670, 1241. Okay. So that let me set that up, and that's a point filter. And that is a CAD thing, and it's been around for decades. Nobody really knows how to use it much. So if I look at these two lines, you see I've got in this case, a 669, 6741. Here is 69, 71, 23. So the challenge is to then make this match that. And I don't want to have to write the number down and type it in over here. You can, that doesn't hurt anything. But if I just start this and start to initiate a move, and when it's asking for a point, if I type, now you can do it two ways. You could type point Z, and then it'll say it still needs the X and Y, and you just give them the different order. So if I say point Z, it says select the Z of, so I'm going to select that Z, but now you see it still needs an XY. And so in this case, I'll come back and grab that and be done. And now if I look at these two, I see that is at 69, 71, 23. This is at 69, 71, 23. So exactamundo. Now, I'm going to break this building, or I don't really even need to. Let me take a look first. Yeah, I would say you should not have been able to survey, to survey any points in there because you couldn't get to them. All right, so we've got that structure. And I got this building. So that's probably okay. So what little bit of space is in there? These are at the same elevation. The other two at the same elevation. But this, yeah, it's still one corner to one corner. All right, so those 2 points, everything's fine. We're not going to have to tear this up at all. It will just have a little piece. It will build little triangles in between the bottom of this and the base of the building, and they're basically flat. Okay. All right, so now back to drawing this 3D corner to corner like we did on the other parts of it. I'll do those. And come up to here. And we'll do those again there as well. Now, and again, this part you don't have to do, but this helps me so much when I visualize things.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now you got to remember that they're there because you can leave them behind if you try to erase something. If you just erase the outline and you think you're getting the outline erased, and you think you're getting that whole feature erased. So you just keep all that in mind when you go to look at things. So now, here's the difference in what it looks like. me, what else I had this building? Okay, so my building. Must have undone one too many times. All right, I got them here.
Nice. Boy, that really does help.
All right, so I'm gonna grab those others there. And again, that part is not necessary to have done. It just helped with visualizing stuff.
Absolutely.
Go from there to there. There. There's enough of a lag. It just makes it a little bit tough to see there. Now I've got another client. He's an older fella in his 70s. That's sort of he retired from the big corporate surveying where he was just a manager, and he was back out to being a one-man shop, and he's doing quite well. And really enjoying it. But now what I'm doing here, this is more of an approach that, you know, a civil designer might use more so than a surveyor, because, you know, we're dealing with edges and we're just drawing 3D lines. That's really all we're doing. And that's, to me, that's the only reason I ever do much of anything with points directly. But, you know, he does everything. He's from the old Kogo days. And so everything he does, he creates a point. You know, he'll set a point, and then he'll draw point to point. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, oh, okay, you know. So what I want you to start thinking about is that you don't have to, you don't have to do everything with a Carlson point. You can actually just draw edges, just like we built the other side of the road over here. So we're going to use that to build our surface, not the points, because the points are no longer valid over there. We froze them. So I want to take a look. I saw something when you see that, how it's sort of heavier pink right in there. I was just wanting to verify that we didn't have stray lines set up incorrectly. And I think we're okay. I think it's just one adjacent to the other. So, all right. So we got a couple of things there.
The ground does look right. I was looking at that yesterday, and that's pretty spot on.
All right. And so this looks like this comes down here, and then this is a little step up. And it's, I guess, a pad or something. Okay. So I think we're good. That was a good verification. And all right, so this is done. Sidewalk to sidewalk. Did we clear out? I think we did. Yeah, we cleared that one out, I guess, the other day. Make sure we're just this side and we're not crossing it. Looks like we're exactly on it. I don't know if that's the case. Let me see. I can tell that if we are, yeah, we are exactly. We've added the vertex there, so that's all perfect. Now this was this point here was the what is that 684475 684475. And that is 684619. So just a slight bump up, and that's fine. It's, you know, this is not like it might be a concrete, you know, sidewalk or something that has a little bit of an up on it, but you know, 100th difference. I just wanted to, it's essentially the same point. And again, that's something you could have double coded. So here is, if I do my drawing inspector, and I just want to see the elevation, that's fine. They're also good, but I'm gonna now hover here, and I see that 68,526, 68,534, 2530, 20. So 5.3 versus 5.3. I think it's close enough. We're good to go with that. I will turn off my drawing inspector. I think we are probably safe. We're definitely okay from the road back past this. This is what we have to resolve next, is some of this stuff, and these are probably those point leaders. All right, so
hey, Ken, would you be up for about a 15-minute break? I just got to email in.
I want to listen to hear you, to see if I can hear your teeth chatter. No, I agree. I'm definitely up for that, and I'm sorry
no, don't apologize, man. You're in the map, man. You're in the game.
Yep, as they say, in the zone, baby. All
well,
right,
I just got a call in for a request for a 60-acre subdivision, so I like to call those back pretty damn fast.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All right, so it's 11:06. How about we start back at a quarter after?
That sounds good.
I give you enough time, or you want to make it 20 after? It doesn't matter to me.
Let's do 20 after.
Okay. I'll see you back here then. I'm going to pause the recording and okie doke. Now, let's see what we had. I'll request remote control. And there we go. Now, this looks like, I'm not sure. Was that one of those?
I think it's one of those leaders.
See if I can't. Yep. All right. So
Hey, Mike. Eric, K4. Can you come back on a break at the statement on University 54?
okay, I think
523.
And let's turn on also the building, which is where you started to do this, I think. Huh? Ah,
So that building line, we can get rid of that one because that's that 2, it goes in and then goes up 2 inches, and we don't need that at all. We can just use that outside EC
exactly.
as the building.
Yeah, then, yeah, the only reason you might want it is if, you know, see, what you're trying to do is build all of the three-dimensional lines out there that you can see, things that you could actually get to. So if the building is buried behind, you know, and you think about it just as if the ground were coming up to it. So you know, the building goes down into the ground, you know, it sits on a foundation, but you're not digging the dirt out and going down to get that building corner. You're just trying to get where the building hits the ground. So the CEC comes around and comes up here and goes, so there's that ramp, but it could come down here, go up here, and then continue on down, so that, you know, I don't know, see, because you've got what are these, a bunch of like like floor shots in here, and those are fine, you know, that'll basically represent the floor slab, and there could be localized spots in there, that's not a problem. So let's take a look. Couple of things here. First of all, I want to see, do you have we ignored the subscript, so you've got 69 to 77. To 267. One 69, 177, 267. 160. Two 67. All right. So now with that as a start, an intermediate, and an end for FNC 1, we can sort of replicate field to finish by this. We could say draw and that FNC is a fence, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to put this on layer fence. And I know the point numbers that I started with 169, so I'm going to just say 169, enter. And I'm going to go to 177, enter, to 267, enter, enter to conclude. All right, so that then should be, oh, we already, man, sorry. Yeah, I'll get rid of that. And I'm also going to, why did that, oh, I know why, when I did this, that is set at a specific color, that's why, okay, well, that's all right. All right, so then this is on layer fence. Why did it not show up? The site fence, okay. Which is what field to finish did. What we got, there's the site fence. There we go. It's beautiful.
There we go.
All right. And then you should also see there's the other one. All right. All right, so now let's take a gander at what we've got going on out here. I'm going to freeze that layer building. Which was the 2D outline, and let's just go from points. And see what we got. So if we and then we'll look.
I don't know how I got that one in there. For some reason, my line work didn't.
What is? That's on a different layer. It's 444. But what is this? 439. EC overhead. Okay.
You know what? For some reason, yeah, there should be, because that building, that should be on the building layer, and the EC that we would be drawing is not showing up. I think it's that 430. Oh, there you go. Duh.
That's all right. So you got 3 there. That's fine. I just wanted to clear this out so I know what we're looking at. What do we got coming on here?
I didn't delete that point.
That's all right.
When I was going through and renumbering it, then it would ask me, do you want to delete, say, 0.258 from the coordinate file?
And you probably said no at that point.
Well, at first I was saying no, and then I went back around and said yes, because it was giving me double points.
Yeah.
On
Well,
that one,
I mean, you're fine. as far as that goes. Now, I'm wondering why this creates lines. Needs to keep them at 0 now. Oh, I know why. It's when, yeah, it has to do with the settings instead of a leader. All right, and then finally we'll come down here and do some rearranging. And yeah, we've got 3 in there, right? Okay. All right, so let's see if we can't trace this up. In fact, I'm going to do this. Everything on layer 3D break line, gone. Now we're going to build that structure as if we're our own little field to finish processor. So tell me what we have. We've got edge of concrete points, which are, let me start with that first one up here, which is this one, number 5, EC5.
It would actually be number 441, the EL. Oh, because that's part of the ramp.
440, which is in here.
Yeah, that starts
So
on where the building
440
is.
to 441, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So we're going to draw a 3D line. And we'll stay on 3D break line. I'm going to set the color this time to be this cyan looking color. We'll keep it there. And we're going to go from 440, 441. Is this on that feature? The 244?
Yes.
243
Yes, sir.
and 221. Did it kick in that much?
No, I think that was one of my shots from before on top of the ramp.
Oh, okay. They're coming down the building wall.
It should be right in there somewhere. Yeah, there's a
433.
yeah, 433.
I don't know.
Something looks weird.
Yes, it do.
Oh, there's we actually that one we jumped into the top of the ramp.
Yep. All right. So I don't know why this thing keeps resetting, but I'm gonna turn this back on. All right. Let's try this again. All right. So we're gonna draw 3D poly. We're not gonna prompt, so it reads its own, set blue on 3D breakpoint. Great. So we're gonna start now with 440, which is the EC5 to 441.
And it'll be the EC by the pavement. 220.
Let's do that. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's it. There we go. It looks like it goes through 237 and then 433.
237, yeah, and then 433. And then we don't. Oh, then to 434. Okay, and now coming back up.
Mhm.
And C to close. Okay, now that's our concrete. And it's out here's our parking lot. We hit the concrete and it drives up into this building pad that's elevated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so out here then is going to need to be a line from the pavement, which I see there is the pavement, and it's going to come back and connect up to this corner. This corner on the ramp is on the pavement, right?
Yes,
But
correct.
it's elevated here. So we'll draw another one from 441 to 247. And we'll go ahead and that one. You've got this automatic zooming going on, which is getting a little bit in the way. It's taking up too much time. Let me see. Automatic point numbers drawn. No, it's not set for that. And this is for the points. That part's okay. Okay with that. Well, I don't know where it is. Never mind. We'll just have to deal with it. All right, so I've got that edge done with that one. Now let's see if we've lucked out and got one point that's on the outside there. And I see there's a pavement. Yep, perfect. So I'm going to draw another 3D polyline. So show up to skip interior. See, nowhere here does it. Auto zoom mode. That's what. There we go. All right. So now I'm going to go from here to here, and then whatever that point is, 34. And I'll also Now, so to see what that looks like now. Should see nice little wedge shape
Beautiful.
like there, and then verify it on this end.
Well, it was there.
Wait, yeah, it's, I was just a little too much depth. There's too much depth clipping going on. Whoops. Okay, so now that's going to do that, except I'm a little concerned. We'll have to think about this a minute. Yeah, we're not going to be connecting that bottom, so I got to make sure that's closed off. All right, so there's no problem. So now the building corner that you've got, you say there's like a little bump up. And
And those, that's part of the
line?
building corner we can get rid of.
Well, but let me, even if it is just 2/10, is that a little like a lip that you like if I were to drive up here, if I were to push my wheelbarrow up here, I'm going to hit right here on that building corner, and it's going to bump up 2/10 and go into the building slam.
Yep.
Okay, so then we can, if we build that, that'll reflect in there. So that's no problem in doing that. So I'm going to draw a 3D polyline, and this time change the color to a little darker blue, but something I can still see on the screen. And I'm going to go from 445 and that's going to go all the way to there. And you go to there.
Mm-hmm.
And
then it goes all the way down to the other end.
So you didn't shoot anything else over there.
Mm-mm.
But you've got those EC points. That's what I'm getting at. What is that?
And yeah, that's that outside that's about 2/10 horizontally over and vertically 2/10 down. So that's the outer edge of the slab.
Gotcha. Okay.
The ECs.
Yeah, so we should be able to verify that once we get this thing finished. EC pavement, you say it goes all the way to the corner. Goes to here and then close. Okay, so there's now our 3D building, and that should be a little bit slightly up. So that differential should be there. Next, then, do we need we need this line. And I think we do. Oh, not that one.
I see now the importance of getting that taking that shot at a diagonal out 45 degrees from that corner.
Yeah, now you see I'm putting in this pavement line Or is it? I don't know that I need this one.
I was thinking that we would go follow the EC around on the outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we will. We will. But remember what this looks like now. This bottom line, this one right here,
Okay.
because we went from EC to that EC and then up to the top. Well, we went from EC to pavement, and then we jumped up to the east. So that's the top of the ramp. Now, that top of the ramp connects somewhere. That, like if I'm out here now and walking up to the building, is this building shot like right on the pavement back here? I know it's elevated here because you're taking a ramp up.
Right. So actually that EC point that you were just on, yeah, that one there, that one would connect to the east. There would be an EC down at the other building corner, and that's the one that I would connect that top EC to.
Yeah, so we would do this EC.
To that one.
And then there should be a pavement.
Yeah, I didn't get that pavement shot in the right spot.
Yeah, but that's fine. So all right, so there's my EC. Now I'm going to come down this wall here with ECs. Did that make sense?
Yes. Perfect.
What about that one? Oh, that's pulled away.
Yeah, those are the same points.
Yes, they are. Okay. And it goes to the top of it there now. So the bottom of it, and if we do this again, 3D. The bottom of this needs to go from the pavement line here. Is there a pavement out here? There is. Now, probably should have been a little closer, but
yeah,
it's all right. And then if should have a different color so we can look at it here in a minute. Let's see. All right, let's make it yellow so we know what we're talking about. And we'll also make this one. So, look at going on. All right. I just want to make sure we're not crossing out here. In fact, let's see, what was that? That was an EC. So that probably should have been out here a little bit.
Yeah. This is helping me so much in the field, Jiminy Cricket.
Oh, let's see if I can move 66696. So if I want to go to dot XY of right in here,
Mhm.
it still needs Z. Now let's get that straightened up a little bit. Okay. Oh, that looks fine. And then to help us a little bit. And I'm sorry I keep switching colors under here, but that way I'll know what we're dealing
That's
with.
fine. I totally understand.
There we go. I'm going to do that same trick here. Dot XY. And I'm going to put it right in there. Needs a Z. It's so now if I draw a 3D line, I'll get the edge, the corner edge put in first. No, let's see, undo that segment. It's that one. That's what I meant. Okay. And now switching back to yellow. We're going to go from So now 3D. Well, it says it's on. Okay, why didn't it? I don't know. Let's see. Searching. And then that goes to 247. What is this point? Oh. I thought that was the corner, but it's not. That's just crossing another point symbol. Okay. Now, I think that's got us. We take a look. And here.
Yes, sir. That's what it do. Shows that high spot, the middle of the building there, and it comes back down. Yeah. Beautiful.
So you see, everything you need to do to keep in mind when you're in the field, tell yourself you're drawing the map as you go.
Yeah.
You know, that's, and see that pops up there to that high spot and comes back down around. So let's keep bringing this
I
over
would
here.
call that a paradigm shift.
Yeah, well, sometimes, you know, empires are built on less. Right, so there's the building, that's a little 2/10, and the ramp comes up, there's a little 2/10 bump. The ramp's not that high, apparently. Like only about 2/10 itself, is that right?
Right. Correct.
All right. I think you're good to go with that structure now. So let's put a pin in this. We've got the building here correct. We got the building here correct. Everything else, I think we took care of these curbs the other day. And this was all right, so is that, what's the purple line? Is that the gutter? No, that's the
EP.
the pavement, and then the gutter, the top, the back. Got it. Okay, good. I wonder why that's not connected though. This is still with that end line, and then start the arc and all that stuff. All right, so let's go to fix that. I don't know why this stupid thing is. There's some kind of command that's unsetting that, just resetting that. So I want to put this right there. Okay. Where's your top and toe of slope? Over here. Didn't we have some in there? Made it be that it's. I don't see. I don't see your toe points. All right, do you remember what I'm talking about? Do you had like top of slope and toe of slope in there?
I do.
I don't know where they go.
It's over there.
Yeah, it looks like they're here, okay. Cause you called them break one toe.
It looks like it's there. Yeah, it's there.
It was there, but I thought it went like. I thought it did like a. It came across.
No, that you know what? There were two lines across there that I noticed last night that were wayward. That those should not have been there.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we didn't lose anything. All right,
Good
so one
memory.
last check on our points. Make sure there's no points that we need to omit. Let's leave that one out and make sure everything's looking copacetic here.
There's only one thing I see that need to adjust is on that building up front. I've got a little jog in.
Yeah, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Now we've got this, and that's correct. How that's
Yes,
drawn?
it is.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, everything looks good there. We've looked at the build, or looked at that building. Let's see, these points here. As you see how they're sort of up in the air.
Yeah, no, that so that toes down on the, is that a, yeah, that's the break and break line and fence line.
Yeah, so that one break line needs to be 3D. We don't have that one created. So we need to put that one in. So we'll grab that. All right, now I've got one way across the street over there. I want to verify that was our manhole point with the bad elevation, and we marked as a non-surface, as we did also that one right there in the street. So all that's good. The only thing we need to worry about next is fixing this and getting the top of slope. So if I show you a trick. If I draw, see if I can do this with 3D without civil. Let's see. It should be draw. Here it is. I'm looking for a polyline by nearest found. I want to draw a 3D. And I want to, what was that called? BRK? What was your point description? BRK?
BRK is what I originally had put in there.
That's all right. Will that get them?
That'll get them.
All right, now. That's all we need to do is to get rid of that one spot right there because it was, I should have had a distance enough to keep that from happening,
Okay.
but
Because it was closer than the one further down the line. It picked up that break one.
that's correct. So if we just move that. So that's going to be top of slope all the way down. Yeah, so there's a toe, there's a top. Okay, perfect. Now, what I did with that command was I said, draw a polyline, make it a 3D, and go by the nearest point that you find. Now, it's sort of like field to finish, except that field to finish, you can set to go by nearest found or by point order, what they call sequential or nearest found. So I said, all right, take a look at this. And then I selected that WP. I said window polygon, and I just drew it around here. And excuse me, if I had realized that the other one was over here, I would have kept my polygon.
Oh, yeah.
Side out, okay. So, but when you're doing that, and it's on a little pull right for this polyline by nearest found by 3D, and see, I could have either done that, in which case, no, if I made that distance small enough to avoid picking up this one, it wouldn't be long enough to get the other one. All right,
So we'll just stop there.
Yeah. So this BRK star is what, see, normally that by default just says star, so it gets everything, but I'm saying only look at those when you're creating that. All right, so it's not a bad little command to have. And I will once more. Then we'll get that surface built. And now I'm not getting the fence as a break line unless you tell me that, yes, you picked up all the verticals. If you just shot the fence, you know, where it changed horizontally, that's fine. And there's nothing behind the fence, so I don't even need the fence anyway.
Right.
In terms of being a break line, but I can use the points. That'll make the contours come a little bit past that top of bank. Yeah, we had that discussion the other day, so I think we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
And what do we got now? It's there. I think we are golden city here, except for that building corner. This stuff over here, we'll fix that. Now, what is going on here? You know,
I think that's a wayward EC or EP, a double EP. The one that's shorter we could get rid of. I think is where I remember I did.
so it's that part in there. So let's go and take a look. So this goes from, you get two EP points, 67, 671, 73. No, 59 and 56. Okay.
Yeah, that EP, that's that short line there. We can get rid of that.
Get rid of the point two.
Yes.
All right. So first of all, we'll get rid of that line. Let's make sure there's no other points along the way. No. And then what are we connected to up here? What about that? Is that a double point there?
Mm-hmm.
So if I get rid of that and the associated point, that point, which is EP start, okay, that's the one where you started coming down here. And then this EP, which is that one. So now you've got this. It runs all the way down between EPs. Okay, that's great. And I think this is good here. Maybe another. Little line that I'm picking up in there. Let's see. No, I think it was just a vestige of the screen graphics. Looks nice and clean. Let's make sure that those points, I wanted to look at this fairly edge on and just make sure there's no, like right there, the high point. All right, you see those? Ah. They are high points, but they may be correct. What are these points right there? Do you recall?
Let's see those. Are those is that part of the?
Well, here,
It's up in that area.
I'm gonna go, I'll say, I'm gonna go to settings here and set my view.
There's some, oh yeah, some utilities up in that little area where the fence jogs in.
Yeah. Oh,
There's
okay.
a, yeah, little
So,
tail pad and a little ground level access vault.
all right, so we don't have them. Let's see here. So it's like that. There's a tail pad
Yes.
and a vault. There's the fence. Did we say the fence was non-surface? We did not yet. I'll fix those here in a little bit. Oh, no, they do need to stay surface. We just don't use the fence as a break line. All right, so now if I use these points for these utilities, they're gonna come down here and they're gonna see this break line. And they're gonna assume those triangles in there go from this elevation down to whatever it finds along here. Which may be fine. I mean, that's the way it's intended, but is it? Could it be this amount is what let's go to inquiry drawing inspector. Now you see that point right there is 670 3.3 31. And if I look down here and I see that that is at 672.7 to 3.3, so that's less than half, but I'd buy that. Okay, it just
Yeah, there's definitely a drop there.
Yeah, it just looked to be extreme, but there's not a like a concrete pad.
No, no,
This-
just kind of a
This is a pedestal, not a pad, this telephone
correct.
buzzer. Okay. Alrighty, I think we're good to go, brother. Ready to make our surface and start working on that. Go ahead. Oh, no, we
Well,
gotta
we got to do that. Yeah, the little building there. I got the distances. Was
all
right
right,
here.
so let's see. Yeah, I don't wanna. Turn building, if I freeze building for a minute. All right, so there's my 3D. I'm gonna make that something I can see. There we go. All right, so all right, so talk me through.
So if we are occupying, let's see, what is this here? If we're occupying 184, backsiding 185, we'll turn a 90-degree angle and go 9.6.
Okay. And that comes. What is this?
And this line between 184 and 181 can go.
All right, I mean, is that a wall or were you just completing the outline?
No, this just waywardly connected. There's nothing there but pavement. So it actually goes from 184 and then it comes up just
Goes up
inside
to
there
that-
and goes
to
over
that
to
1.6.
181. Yes.
Comes around, it goes around here and stops over here.
Yep.
So this pavement point here, like if I'm standing there and I walk out to here, there's nothing in the way that I'm stepping
There-
across. There's not an
Nothing
edge.
there.
There's no
Right.
edge. But there is this one in here, okay. So, all right, so what do you have? Did you shoot another point out there or did you just write down the turn and stuff?
I just did the measurements.
Okay.
And
All right.
pavement
So, all right, so-
shot as close as I could into that corner.
Okay, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to actually create a point. But let's do it with Kogo tools because like you
Okay.
said, you occupied and backsided and all that kind of stuff. Now I wanted to show you this as well because there's a bit of a shortcut you can use on doing your setup. If you were to go to the Kogo menu, now I'll let you drive. I'm just going to talk you through it.
Okay.
This Kogo menu, and if you say, all right, I'm going to basically create a side shot or even a traverse either way. But if you do that, then it's going to ask you to pick your, in fact, go ahead and choose it. Let me show you what it says. So now, so this whole thing comes up and so you're, I don't know, which one did you choose? Side shot or traverse?
Traverse.
Okay. So now it wants to know a bearing code, which the codes, if you
I pulled them up last night and was using that to draw another one, and I was using, angle right and angle left.
yeah. Well, here's what these mean. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are your quadrants. So if you're going to be in a bearing code, it's an angle dash bearing code. So the code is 1, 2, 3, 4 is your northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest quadrant around the horn, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 means azimuth, so it's always turned from north. 6 and 7, 8 and 9 are the deflection left, or I'm sorry, 6 and 7 are angle left, angle right, and 8 and 9 are deflection left, deflection right, I believe is the way it goes. There's other places where they tell you up here. So let's, all right, so we're going to turn an angle right, which is the default, they're number 7. That's their code. But now, if you look up here on the screen right now, you see that dashed arrow?
Yes.
That's telling you where your occupied point is right now.
Okay.
All right, so so if you do that now, see what's going to happen is it's remembering your last setup. So if I were to do that, it's going to draw, wherever else it's going to go. So that's going to be the wrong place. So what I would have to do, you would have to, let's see, there are options for a quick second here. As it right now, okay, that part's okay. All right, so what you would have to do, first of all, is if you didn't remember where you were, you'd have to come back to Kogo and you'd have to set up this occupied point. And it's going to ask you for a backside point and then you can traverse. But there's a real easy way to do this, no matter what you're doing. If you're really flying with some Kogo commands, notice these little first letters, these letters in the parentheses over here. Sorry, on the right. If you type those letters and hit enter, it will bring up that command. So LP is your same as draw locate point. I is your inverse, OP is your occupied point, but you don't even have to say OP. You can simply, when you inverse from one point to another, you are starting at the backside point and winding up sitting on the occupied point. So do this as a traverse, which traverse or side shot would either one would work because we're only setting the one point, right? So the only difference is when you're doing traversing, it moves you up to the point you create. When you're doing side shots, it keeps you on the occupied point. So to do this like this, I would just start and say I. In fact, I'm going to let you do it. Type the letter I and then hit enter. And now you see it says calculate the bearing and distance from a starting point. So even though you don't really need to know, type in your backside point, which is what, 186?
Let's see, 185.
Pretty short backside there. You know better than that.
I know.
I'm teasing you because you're just getting the building corner. So, and then it goes to where's your occupied point. So that's where you're going from and to. You're going from backside up to the occupied. So that's 184. Hit enter. Now that's where you're sitting. And so now you can either type T or S. See your options, your capital letter.
Okay.
So just type T. And now angle code is 7. That's an angle right. So we hit enter. And what is the angle right?
90 degrees.
Okay. Distance.
9.6.
Vertical.
Vertical.
And you see it gives you the clue up above on the line above it. 0 is no vertical angle difference, or I don't know if you have an elevation difference, or I don't know how you did it.
Well, I just measured because I couldn't get the GPS or a good shot in there. So
Okay, that's all right. You just say 0 for none.
Okay.
And all right. And now give that one, what's it called? A BC?
BC.
Yeah. And now it's already used 0.433. So you could say renumber.
Okay.
So it made 447, and now you're done. So just type E for exit. And all right, so now that's been done. And 447 has an elevation of, let's see here. Bada bing, probably 0. Nope, it does have an elevation, but let's put the label out here. There we go. So now that has 670, 31, but the pavement shot here is like 2 feet above it.
Yeah, and that's going to be correct because those are really close together.
So that elevation is really the same as this one.
Yes.
Okay. So let me see if we can do this as well. We're going to leave that. Well, no, we want to set that point. So if you just click once on the point, or just on the point number, anything. All right, so there's that. Now we're going to click the little grip in the middle of the symbol. That's the point itself. So click that and start to move your mouse. Just click it and let the mouse up. Click it and then let the mouse up and then start a move. Just start to drag your mouse away as if you're going to move it.
Okay.
No, let me
And do it.
click and then drag it.
Mhm.
Let me see it for a second. Yeah, see, I'm just clicking. Just click in that grip once with the left mouse and let the mouse up. Just click. And now drag it off. Okay. So
Okay.
now before you click a point, you're going to type .xy. Remember the dot filter. So .xy.
X, Y.
Okay, enter. And it says select the XY of, go back and hover over that grip again and click. Now it says it needs a Z of, now go and hover over that one. Perfect.
Okay.
Oh,
Something went weird.
wow.
It doubled it.
Okay, let's see. Oops, hang on a second. What is that? Well, let's move that again. I'm going to start the move. .xy of that. It needs a Z. Let's see. Let's use. Let's use the screen value. 672.18. That's what it should be. Yeah. Wow. I don't understand why it did that. Why it doubled it like that. Oh well. All right, so now we've got that 0.447 is correct. Now, what we need to do here is we're going to basically break out this segment, right?
Okay.
So you're going to go to the draft ribbon group. So go to your draft.
Just a draft
Up at
ribbon.
the ribbon, no, up at the ribbon part where it says draft right there. There you go.
Okay.
And the polyline group, you're going to look for the, no, right there.
Right here.
Panel, I meant to say, yeah. So the panel is you're going to erase a polyline segment. So it looks like a pencil right there. Click that. Now click that diagonal line
Boom.
and enter to end. And now we're going to just draw a 3D polyline from 184 to 447, but we're going to do it a different way. So hit the set color for a minute. Set color and by layer. No, by layer.
There we go.
And now say okay. But now before you click or before you type a point number, you see the first option that says continue.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and choose that. And now select the polyline to continue. Just pick somewhere close to the end point there, right there. Click. And so now move the mouse around. See how it's going to basically extend that. So now just hover over the 447 number. Scroll. Yeah, just nope. Well,
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
all right. No, that's okay. It read it, so just hit enter to finish. Now, see, that is one. There's something going on here. It keeps turning that off. All right, so if you hover over, like if you're doing this, If you just hover over part of it, see how it jumps down?
Oh, yeah.
Because it snaps to that point, and that's a special Carlson snap. It's not part of the CAD system. And there's something that's sort of goofing here a little bit with yours. Oh, well. All right, so that now represents all of the edges for that building that are out there, right? And these are all okay. They're just basically shots. Maybe one up. Is there a slab out there now?
Yes. Well, no, that's actually, there's a house there. House office.
Like if I were to go from 447 to 81, is that the edge of a slab or is that nothing?
Yeah, it would be the slab.
So should we then draw that across there is what I'm getting at.
Yes.
So if we go back to draw a 3D poly and we continue this one. Now, do we pick up, is any one of these on that slab like that or that?
No, the FFE is inside of a doorway, so I'll pick that up. So that line should cross right through there without touching anything.
All right, so this is that 3D polyline. Might as well say that it's closed. Even though,
Uh-oh.
undo that. Take a look. This ribbon. Yeah, that's not actually, you've got, yeah, that's why it drew that across there, because that's all that was. It's not connected to this other one.
I see.
But we can fix that. So as long as those are the same elevations, I believe they are if you went to the points. So we're going to do what's called a join nearest. And that would probably be on the draft as well. And it's polyline, and right there it says join. Okay, so we'll give it a maximum separation of, just whatever there. And so the connection method is we're going to say, fill it with a radius of 0 if it needs to. If there's a gap between the points, it will either average where those two endpoints are and create a single point, or it will connect a little line segment between the 2 points, or it will extend each end into the corner, which is what you want. And we're going to say join only identical layers and join only identical elevations. So that way, if it's not the same, it won't join it and it'll flag us as to what we're doing. So we're going to say, okay. And we're going to grab this one and then this one and say enter. And now that should be a closed, yep, polyline all over.
Oh, nice.
And while it's there, just for shits and giggles, let's make sure we don't have any goofiness. Goofiness.
That looks funny.
Well, let's look at your elevations out here. You see, we went from 70 up to 72.
Oh, that's not right.
So 70 to 70. Up in here, you're shooting 70, 70, 70. So that point right there is,
It's gonna be 70.
So if we just take 2 off of each of those,
Would be good.
so I'm gonna just make that 670. I'll say, okay. I do the same thing here. Now this should change, it should update that line, but I'm not guaranteeing it yet. Let's see. If I hover it, no, see, it's still there. So I'm going to drag it off. And then I'm going to jump back to that point. And now 670.17. So now with that set, and let's just grab a couple more of these things just for nice verification. And we'll get those others for a little reference around it.
It's much better.
Happier there. Now see some of these other points down here on this outside. They're sitting low. Like right in here.
Yeah, and that does it. It slopes down towards the outer boundary.
Okay, so let's just take a look at some elevations. So we're at 670-ish, 69, 69, 67, and then back up to 68, 68.
Mhm.
Little hole there. 69 to 68. 69, 69, 69. I'd buy that. So you got a little low spot right there.
Mhm.
Not terribly low. It's although it's almost 2 feet lower than here. Is that correct?
Yeah. You know what? And I came back around and double shot that. I don't like that 667 actually, that 428 pavement.
Yeah. But you go from 69 here down to 68, but at some place along the way, you step down here. And if I'm sitting here at 669, up here at 669.
Yeah, that's a
make
blunt.
hole. Okay.
Yep.
So how would you fix that? You tell me.
Well, I could go in to the point and drop that down to 669.
Yeah, or
Right.
raise it
Or
up.
raise it up. Yeah.
You could do that, or see that little thing that says non-surface at the lower left?
Oh, yeah.
Just click that. And then even when we select it, it will be ignored. Okay, so we say,
Okay.
okay. All right, so now we've set that one to be non-surface. And let me ask you this. You've got pavement, pavement, pavement. Is that along a crease or anything there? Or they're just shots, like they're fairly regular, but I don't need to make break lines between them because it's not really a crease in the pavement.
Yeah, they were just really spot shots like those out in the parking lot.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Because, you know, if you were, let's say there was a little fold in the pavement there, like maybe a little drainage channel, that you want to create as a break line.
Okay.
But, and I think you understand that concept. Same thing here, if you've got, pavement, but if that's not like a crown ridge, then just like you have them is fine. But if it is, like out here in the road, remember we connected that and called that our
Yeah.
but it's also a break line. So it keeps these points from looking across and making triangles. They'll stop in there. Okay. So now we are golden. There's a couple of things to consider here. We're going to, first of all, save our drawing. And next, we need to build a surface out of all of this stuff in here. Now, if we do that without putting a boundary on this thing, then when it sees these points over here, remember when it hits a point or a vertex in a 3D line work, it's going to sit on that point and it's going to look all around it and try to connect to other points it sees. And it's going to look over here and see these points. So you're going to get all these triangles filling in here, which is not valid. We don't know what that is in there because we didn't observe it. So we want to put this boundary here to close this off so that these points can't see these points. They can only see things on this side of it, all right?
Okay.
And that same thing happens over here. If we didn't have it, these points could look down here and see these points and you get all these triangles, which we don't want. So if you remember from the class, the first one you took,
Yeah.
that was that shrink wrap entity.
Shrink wrap.
Yeah, you can draw it first, or you can have it as part of the triangulate and contour process, have it created for you as well. So you might as well let it become, you can let it draw it for you. And then what I want you to do is we're going to turn it on so we can see it, just so that we can verify that it's correct. Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to we're going to triangulate and contour. Now I'm sitting on the surface group and it's the very big command over there on the left, triangulate and contour, which is also on the surface menu, but there it is. Now, when this comes up, there's a couple things we want to do. First of all, the very first thing is look at your selection tab and make sure there's nothing and the tab across the top where it says selection.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Click
okay.
on that and make sure there's no filters that are filtering. So we don't have anything set, so we're not filtering. That's good. So now let's go back to the contour tab for the minute and uncheck the draw contours for right now. Okay, now, and then that will, because they're not being drawn, the labels won't be active at all. So let's go back to the triangulate tab. And the first thing we want to do is click on, we're going to uncheck all those up things at the top, and we're going to check to write the triangulation file. Because as long as we have that file, we'll be able to do all kinds of things with that surface. We can draw the contours from it and everything else. So now to the right where it says select, you're going to put that and you're going to give it a name. You can call it EG for existing ground or whatever you want to call it. And you make sure you're in your right folder at the top. Looks like perhaps that's where you're working. So if that's the name you want, hit save. And now you see where it says use inclusion and exclusion areas. We're not going to do that because we haven't drawn anything yet. So, but we're going to say shrink wrap perimeter reduction, and we're going to pull that none down and we're going to set it to medium just to make sure, see if that gives us what we need. And let's hit the setup button to the right so that we tell it to draw it. So we want to draw it. Just make it a 2D is fine. And the, well, go back to setup. Let's put it on the, let's change the layer name. Just select that. Well, don't even select it. Go cancel that.
Oh, just change it.
Yeah, and it will create it. Just call it BDY dash SW or SHRK.
WRP.
Yeah, shrink wrap. Okay. So we'll say okay to that. And we'll see it when we come back. Now it says erase previous contour entities. Let's pull that down and say, no, let's leave it off for right now.
Okay.
Otherwise, see what happens is if you decide to contour as part of this process, if you had said draw contours as all part of this thing, it's going to generate all that, including the shrink wrap boundary. And then if we need to fix something, we go back and run the command again. It's going to erase all of those things it drew, including the shrink wrap boundary, even though it's not a contour entity. So if we say off, and then we go back and fix something, try to run it again, we have to make sure that we erase things we don't want, like all of those contours. We'd have to do an erase by layer, because what happens, let's say those contours were bad, we go and fix a point, but then it still sees those contours and uses them now as if you had created break lines out of those contours. So it's just something to be aware of and be careful of, but I want to leave it off so that we can leave the shrink wrap boundary and make a couple of tweaks to it if we need to, and then we come back and run it again, and we'll choose this use inclusion because we already have a good inclusion. We don't need to let it run. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So next is we're going to ignore zeros.
More zeros.
And
Where did
then-
I s-
Yeah, that's already on.
Oh, okay.
And we're going to densify our polylines, because remember, we got some of those long edges. So let's set that interval to 5. Because every 5 feet, it's going to drop a point in those long break lines. But only does it in memory so that it's not going to have any problem.
I'm gonna create them.
Well, yeah, it creates them and does it in memory to make the triangles with, and then it throws them away. So it doesn't actually add them into your break lines once you're finished with the command.
Okay.
It only does it for this. You can do that under the edit menu, but we don't need to. All right, and because this next little box is adjustment, if you're using contours as your source, you're not, you're going to be creating new contours. And there's no need to simplify the surface. It's not so large that we're having a problem. So I think this is good. We're just going to say, okay. All right, and now it says select the entities, and because, and we look above and it says select the points in the break lines you want to triangulate. So you're
Okay.
going to basically draw a window. So you're going to go, yeah, like that, and go down and to the right. Keep going, and now and click that once. And now before you get off of there, you're going to type, or you're going to hold the shift key and draw a window around that upper right point up there. Hold the shift key while you do it so that unselects it. Okay. Now
Okay.
go ahead and hit enter to finish your selection. And up it pops, and there's a couple of errors now, where they are and how to fix them. There are 3 types of errors, and you have all 3 types. You've got
Okay, good.
crossing break lines, you've got T intersections, and you've got vertical edges. Now, if you hit the settings button down below this, in the bottom of this box here, see that it says settings?
No. Where
button.
is that?
The buttons down below that little window.
Right here?
Yeah, over to the right,
Okay.
right where it says settings.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right, so now you're saying, I want to, you're going to give it a tolerance, and you see those tolerances are like to the nearest 10,000. I would change those numbers to be like point. I'd take one of those.
Okay. On all of them?
Yeah, I do it on all of them, because you don't really care about, it's not, if you get something that close, it doesn't matter. You say, okay. And then the next time you run it, you won't necessarily see those. So now up to the left of each of those category types is a plus mark. If you open up that plus, those are the 4 things, and these are where they cross, and each one of those in parentheses, if you click on the first one, where there's the, see it, the parentheses 0.277, that's the elevation difference where they cross. It also
Okay.
reports that down at the bottom of this little window. It shows you the location and the elevation difference. So you've got about a 1/4 foot on 3 of them, and about a 1/8 of a foot on the 4th one. To open up the T intersection, and that's not too bad, but it's still, and a T intersection is just like a crossing break line, except it doesn't go on across, it just breaks it. Now look at your vertical edges. And we have 3 vertical edges, 2 of which are probably close enough. But here's how we're going to fix those. Each one of those, if you highlight each one, or you're sitting on the first one, let's leave it sitting on that one now. And let's
Okay.
choose zoom 2 at the bottom. And now hit zoom in. Click on zoom in, and each time you zoom in, keep zooming in. All right, so right there is a crossing break line. And if you zoom in a little tighter, still you can see that one green line, see crosses that pink line. So what we need to do is resolve that. So now I'm going to, if you just click over in the drawing area next, and then zoom back out a little bit with the wheel. No. Now just select that pink line that goes across it. That's
Up there.
Yeah, press escape. You're now click on it. There you go. Now, so what that did when we drew that line the first time, I'm going to select in here and I'm going to zoom back out, and I'm going to see that line goes from up here as an EP2, and it went, probably all the way across. It came across this edge, but it didn't put any vertex points in there, you see. So what we could do is either we could break out that edge, break out where it crosses, but because you said that actually goes to the ground, they're at the same elevation right there, correct?
Yes.
So we could just add some vertices on those points. So press escape to deselect the line and leave this box over here open.
Okay.
So now you're going to go to the draft group. And in the polyline panel, there's that add vertex. It looks like one. Nope, that's removed. The add has a big red plus in it. It's right under it. There you go. So you're going to add a vertex. Now it prompts you to pick the polyline. So pick that pink polyline.
Right here, right?
Yep. And now you want to zoom. Well, first you're going to have one up here too. I can guarantee that's probably one of these other ones. So if you go up here to this one, and let's find out where that one was. And that looks like just move the mouse over here. Don't click yet, and up to the corner of the ramp where you keep right in there. No, zoom in. No, above it. No, but well, that one, zoom back out a little bit. Now get the other one. Walk across to the other curb, right in there. Yeah, zoom in there, and we want to add. So that was a back of curb. So that point. So that's the one you want. You've also got an EC start. That's okay. So if you click on the B of the BOC or hover over it, make sure it jumps. All right, so I'm going to put a vertex right there. So I'm going to click that. And it's asking you to confirm the elevation, which we will.
Okay.
And now it's moved that point. Now you might as well, that ECST point was also one. So you can do that one. Confirm its elevation.
673. Okay.
Now zoom back out and zoom back to the other corner and add those two. So you want the
EC first, right?
It doesn't really matter which order you do them in, but you want to get the what was it called? the one that says, it's the back of curb point, which is that 43. So hover over the 3 on the 43.
Well, I already hit select.
Oh, that's okay. Confirm that. Now go to the 3 over the 43. Click that and click that and confirm that. Okay. Now let's double check it down here. We'll probably need to do it down here as well. If I select this and I'm going to look at the vertex points, I see that I've got one there, which is good. Do I have, see, I don't have any in here, so I'm going to add those. I've got one in there, which is good. I don't have any in here. So we're just going to add those the same way. So we press escape, clear the line,
Okay.
and add vertex points.
Let's see here. Add vertex, select polyline to add. So we're going to be on this one.
Yep.
Pick point to add. So we're going to do the BOC first.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter because you're adding a vertex, so that can confirm the elevation. And you've got an
Okay.
EC, that EC right there, and confirm the elevation. Now go to, excuse me, go the other side of it and do the same thing back with curb and then the
Here is. Is that all I need to do there?
well, it's make sure that the gutter line is that side of it, so that'll be okay. Just whichever one. So we've jumped in to catch that intersection there. That's good. All right, so I think we're good to go. If we zoom out and just make sure that there's probably nothing in there, it could be all right. Let's take a gamble here. Now let's go back now to our window. I'm going to select that first one. We fixed that one. If I zoom to and zoom in, that's where they crossed originally, but we pulled this pink line down now and it no longer crosses it. It hits there and it's at the exact same elevation. So let's now check that one. See, we fixed that one as well. Let's look at that one. We fixed that one as well. And this one, we fixed that one as well. That was down on the other intersection. I think, let's see. Yep, so we pulled that one back and that should be, yep, we got that one fixed. So those are cleared. Let's look at this one now. All right, so there's a T intersection. Not sure I get where this is. Probably this is a separate line. Get that. So that's the point. 670, 69. And that. Oh, you know what? It finds it because the point is right on the line, but there's no vertex in the polyline. See, there's no grit that shows up. So we need to add that as a vertex. Okay. So just like you did before, you're going to add polyline vertex.
Mhm.
You're going to select that
Select
polyline, which is that one. And then you're going to get that point and then verify the elevation. Okay. Now that polyline right here has a vertex of 670.0535. I don't know what happened. What points do we have in there? Just the one. All right, I'm gonna remove that polyline vertex. And then I'm gonna add it back. I picked up the wrong elevation somehow or another. So instead of clicking there in the middle, I'm going to click the point out here. So I know that I read that 670.14. Now, there we go. So if I select this now, yeah, 670.1369. So now that matches. Now, I don't know what this line is. Oh, I do. That's the bottom of
Mhm.
that grade, of that thing that we drew. So when we drew it back, I missed that point. I just went corner to corner. And I should have picked up that point and I missed it. Okay, so now that may make a little bit of a differential right in here, but probably not much. If I look at those elevations, I look in there at 670.13, 669.58. So that's about that same differential. So I'm happy with that part. Okay. So now we've cleared that. Now let's look at our vertical edge. We'll zoom to that and we'll see what's going on here is that, let me turn this inspector off, is that this line, this edge of concrete line starts here, but it is a difference in elevation above this line, which would, why is that? Let's see, that has an elevation of 68.0441. But this point, why does it not have the right elevation? Whenever we did it last time, and that was 6791.51. So we need to actually change those elevations of these two ends of these two lines so that it meets the
That
elevation
line.
of
Okay.
those, or actually we need to change this to meet this. So I'm going to select those two things there and I'm going to grab that grip. I'm going to start to move it, but I'm going to say dot XY. Now it needs a Z, so I'm going to hover over one of these little parts of the label, that it read the elevation. Whoops, sorry, did that wrong. I forgot to give it the XY part. So I'm going to now start to move and I'm going to say dot XY. It wants to know the XY, so it's there. Now it still needs a Z. I'll take this. And now if I hover, it's 967.97.51. So that's correct. I'm gonna do the same thing here. I'm gonna let you drive now. So just click in the grip.
Okay.
and start to move. And now type dot XY,
Let's see, dot XY.
hit enter, and now select or just click in the grip again. And now it still needs a Z, so pull off and read that Z. There you go. Okay, that's fixed. That vertical edge. We're going to come over here and, well, first we're going to press escape to clear the selection. All right, so we hit that vertical edge and that vertical edge. So those are both now fixed. Now, the reason they still show up here is because we haven't exited this. We're fixing it. So now we're going to zoom to, we got one little vertical edge right in there. That and zoom in of 0.003. And it looks like so there's that one, and that's connecting to that one. So all we have to do is click on the one, and we're going to move it to the endpoint of that, and that now should fix it. So we're now snapped exactly on that endpoint. Okay, now we've cleared our errors. We're going to say exit, and we're going to take a look at our drawn boundary, which was this boundary shrink wrap. And I'm going to just come up here and change boundary shrink wrap layer, which was boundary shrink wrap. I'll make it. Did your color on the other screen? Mike. Oh, I'm not getting my layer. Is there something that's running, Mike?
Oh, did I lose you?
Yeah, well, you didn't lose me, but you lost the share.
Let's share again here. But not the right screen.
Correct. I'm looking at, it looks like Outlook or something.
Let's see here. Let me stop share screen. There we go.
Okay, now let me request remote. Okay, so now boundary. If you click that layer called BDY dash shrink wrap, all right, now change its color from white to red. And go over and change the line weight from default. Make it like a 0.5 or something. But there you go, like in there, and say okay. Now close that off. Now, this was what it did its shrink wrapping with, and you can see like right in here. So it found that point, it used that point, that's fine. Edge of pavement's fine, there's a gutter side, so everything got included there. Got that pavement point. Now, here's a pavement point, here's a pavement point, pavement. So what, and same thing, here's a utility pole. So what I would do is I would take these, and I'm just going to click on that line. It's a 2D polyline. I'm going to hover over this grip, And so I'm gonna remove that. So I'm gonna let it fill that in. And I'm gonna do the same thing here. Whereas I don't necessarily know anything about this in here, but
Yeah, that's good to pick that up. I see what you're doing.
so I'm gonna remove each of these vertices. Oops. All right, so
Okay.
it will fill this in a little bit in here,
Mm-hmm.
so that'll be okay. Similar type of thing out here. And fence post there, and there's a pavement to pavement, so I'll remove
Pavement to pavement to pavement.
this and this. Yeah, because those are the outermost. But
Mhm.
if I get that as a little bit, so that's okay. Let's maybe let it go in there as well. That I'm gonna leave as is because that's really the outside edges. Come down here, verify. This, I might take this one out. In here, that wraps to there, that should be fine. If I take this out, it'll generate just a little bit in there to the fence. All right, I can deal with that part. Let's see, that was the fence. So that's going to allow those fence points to be used. This is that top of slope. I don't know why it's, well, I do know why it's snugged in there against it because there was no points out here in between. So that's probably okay. But if we take these out, now to make that a little quicker, I'm going to quit grip editing. And I'm going to go up to that remove polyline vertex. I'll select this, and now I don't have to get all of those. I don't have to snap to them. I can just pick near, and I'm just gonna, unfortunately, it looks like every time I change the zoom level, I have to come back. Out a little bit. I think that one's okay because that goes to the fence point. That's all I wanted. All right, let's come back out here a little bit, get this. And so I'm just gonna walk down the line and leave the outermost. Oops. Put that one back in. Now I'll remove some more. Sit down. There we go. That one. Yeah. Well, what is that right there? Oh. Doot, doot, doot. This is probably a little anal retentive.
I have a serious problem with that. I probably need therapy.
And we want to add now. That one. All right, so I'm pretty happy with the rest of those. Although I do need to find out this overhead wire shot. We need to make sure those are non-surface. That was not on the ground, correct?
No, it was not.
And rod should be on the ground. That should be on the ground. All right, where other was the,
other overhead wire.
yeah, but while we're here, let's take out these. See what you got, natural ground. So let's clean out a couple of these. That looks good for that. Now the other overhead wires were up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so they were not surface points, or were they?
Yeah, not surface points.
Now the utility pole, was that on the ground?
It was on the ground, yes.
All right, but this OW.
It was not.
All right, I think we are golden, as they say. Now let me find out about this thing for a minute. This has 0 and 0. That part's okay. So those are all. Just want to make sure, because some of the others that were generated had non-zero corners. So we'll see that when we get to do it. All right. So we have everything like we need it. That last point was, let's take out that one. I don't want to necessarily go, from way back here all the way up to here, because that's going to be a little too much. I'm just dressing up the edges. All right, so we put right in here. Remove, select, well, dink, dink, dink. Dink. I think we're good to go. Maybe get rid of this one. All right, I'm happy. Across the back, we'll save. All right, and let you drive again. So we're going to get back to the surface and triangulate and contour.
Triangulate again.
Yep. And now this time we're going to change a couple of things.
Okay.
File name set like it is, and it's going to ask if it's okay to overwrite, which it will be. And we're going to check now the box that says use the inclusion exclusion areas. And so now you see the shrink wrap stuff went away. So we used it, got what we needed, made some mods, and we're going to use it now we'll pick it. Okay, and so now let's say, okay, see what happens. And now, yes, it's okay. Now read your prompts carefully when it comes up, because it says select entities and everyone wants to start grabbing stuff. That's not what it's asking for. It's asking, look on the line above it.
Set inclusion parameter polylines or enter for none. Okay.
Select the lines that you want to use for inclusion. So click on that big red fat outline. That's the one we are using. So we select that. All right, now we don't have any more, so we're finished selecting. We hit enter. and keep reading your prompts. Now, if you have any exclusion perimeter polylines, like building outlines or things that you didn't want a surface to be generated underneath, but we don't have any, so we'll say enter for none. And now it says select entities, and now you get the points and the break lines to triangulate. So you can just zoom out or just type the word ALL and hit enter. Anything outside that polyline would be ignored. Now hit enter one more time. Boom, it's done, no errors. Let's take a look at it. So let's go zoom out a little bit if you want to. I mean, it doesn't matter, we're gonna look at it in the 3D viewer. So let's go to the, now look at that. See on this, see, this is why I don't like the way they've made their ribbon. If you look up here under the, they put the 3D viewer under surface analysis. Well, don't you think
Okay.
the surface viewer ought to go there as well?
Yeah, that would make sense.
But it's not, and I see that it's in contour from, see, it's not on any of those. Now let's see if it's on the view group. I don't see it there either. Well, raw versus draft.
That is kind of crazy. It's not under surface.
You got design pad, you got some volumes, you got the 3D viewer. Well, let's look here. Nope. Yeah. Under triangulate and contour, they've got flip selected text. That's because you typically, like if you do a contour label, you're going to flip it. So yeah, you know, this is really kind of daft. All right, so I'm going to, you know, I would normally have that. Here's what I do is with this toolbar, and it's the Carlson surface toolbar, I think. Yeah. Put it there. All right, so now you've got, there's your 3D viewer, and here's your surface file viewer. Okay. So you're gonna, first of all, choose your I'll let you drive now. Choose surface file viewer.
Okay.
And when it comes up, it's gonna ask you to pick a surface file. You've got that EG file.
Mm-hmm.
Say open. Go ahead and maximize that. And now just start spinning it around. Now remember, go to put the cursor over the middle of the area where it's XY.
Okay.
And click the mouse button, and there you go. Roll it up sort of oblique. Now, and go down to the bottom of the screen where it changes shape there. Now go left and right.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Now,
How beautiful is
to,
that?
To get a little more clarity here, I'm going to go over here to this, over here on the right-hand side on the panel. And I'm changing my light source to get a little contrast and get some shadows and things so I can see edges a little better. And maybe a little bit brighter. And let's see now what we got. So there you see that top of slope. And we might, I don't know if there's a, maybe, we could have taken that point out, but that's all right. We've got what we need there. Now, right in there is something we might want to take a look at.
Well, that's kind of what it's doing down there at the end of that fence line.
But you got this bank that comes up here, and right now it's just dropping straight off.
Yeah, because that's where the iron rod is down at the bottom.
So maybe we take the iron rod out as a non-point.
Yes.
So that's what we probably should have done. All right, so now there's two ways to fix that. Now there's another one right in here. Is that the other iron rod?
No,
not
boy, I don't. Oh, you know what? That might be a light pole.
Yeah, I believe it might be.
That's one of the spots where the light pole is.
All right, so now you got a couple things in here.
Uh-huh.
But the building and that little ramp looks good.
Yeah.
Let's see about up in here. We've got a couple of goofy shots in there. We need to take a look at some of that. And let's see what we got going on here. Looks like that planter is good. Here's that. There's the sidewalk, and you see there's still a differential in there. So we'll need to resolve that, but the planter edges are fairly okay. We've got some a little edge right in there that we need to resolve. It's like something's probably same thing in there. We might want to take a look at that. And then we got this guy back here, this little high spot. Now, while we're in this particular viewer, the surface file viewer, if we go to the settings tab, you can turn on the triangle edges and you can see where those are, and you could even make little edits here. So like if you said, well, I want to take out this point.
Mm-hmm.
Let's come back here. There we go. And say maybe that little point that pulled that down.
Yeah.
Let's switch to this arrow key, and down at the bottom part here, it says 10 edit. And that's where you can edit the 10. You can do things like remove points, and then you double
Oh,
you double click.
that's
one is this one, maybe that.
Yeah.
Could have been the other one that should have gone away. I don't know. Maybe this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now these are, now I don't particularly like to do my surface edits like this. I like to look at my surface and then go back and fix the points, because I want to know, why that caused it.
Why it's doing it.
At a point. So if I ever have to build it again, I can, I can have the confidence that I fixed the problem. But let's take a couple of looks here. I can also go here and turn on my contours. Let's go every 1 foot contour interval. And you can turn off the triangle edges. Now, here's what happens a lot of times. Somebody will do triangulate and contour, and they'll generate the contours. Let's see, let's do maybe a 1/2 foot interval. And they'll get this, hey, look, I've got a contour map. Boom, I'm done. Here, Mr. Client, pay me. But, really, are you, you've got some issues
Mm-hmm.
resolved, because, he's going to have some difficulties there. And you can see, right in there's a there's a bad point in there. Probably should not have been used. There's something that's right around in here where we put that little herb stuff in. Now that might be okay, but you can see there's a little edge right there, and that edge should not be in there.
Right.
And I would say that one shouldn't be either. All right, so that's, like I said, you can always, and you can see now these contours that it's editing have to be on this arrow pointer. So I mean, when I'm editing this contour, see, it's redrawing the it's redrawing the actual contours, you can see. And a lot of people will run with that. And it's not only, and the contours that you're seeing, however, are just, they're temporary, just shown here for what. Now you see what I did there when I took that one point out, it generated another problem over here that I would have to go back and fix. Okay. So in that case, I would probably do something like get rid of that little point. Oops, no, I'm gonna do that. I would have gotten rid of maybe that point.
Oh yeah.
And there's an issue in here, maybe not. There's a little kink right in here. Again, that's on that curve. You can see that curve coming in. And you can even, if you want a little more reference, let's see if I take that guy's gone. If you want a little bit more reference to what's going on, you can go to the model tab and choose this button here to add entities. And just come back out here and grab anything that you want or everything. And it's going to add those in. But I don't think it selected it. Let me see. I add entities. I think that drawing inspector was. Time. There we go. So now you can see, what might be causing the problem. And right in here where this building is now again, that probably actually does that. So, I would look at that and say, sorry, keep jumping. Now you see that this one point right up here on this upper corner, second point, and then this bottom point. And that's because that point kicks in just a little bit, which is
right.
What it should have done. And that is probably okay. You said there was a low spot there.
Yes.
And if I look if I'm going to turn these triangle edges back on, see this line right here? If I edit the tin file, and if I switch or swap the tin edge, watch the contour, how it reshapes itself. But, and see, here's this, but, is that a valid way to edit these? Because, we don't really know. And you can wind up chasing these things all day long. So you know, so yeah, you look at that and he goes, oh yeah, that's a much nicer looking contour. It might be, but you've really, with no justification, have made changes to the surface file.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm doing all these edits to show you, a lot of people, this is the only way they ever fix problems in their surfaces. And it's just, to me, it's not the best practice. You know, it's not, you know, so there was that instance. We'll remove that point. So when we go back and set that point to be a non-surface point, now that looks a little better. It wraps around.
Yeah.
Okay. We had this point up here that was the utility pole, perhaps. All right, so you see what we're winding up doing here is we're, you know, we're finding the points, we're verifying it here sort of beforehand. You see, but by the way, as what I started telling you about, when you get those zigzaggy contours, that's because you're creating these long triangles. So you got a point here and you got this line back here, and there's nothing else in here that's helping to break these into different contours. One way to fix that is if you draw these lines, if you connect up some of those random shots in the field.
Oh yeah.
Lines, and let them sort of behave as break lines.
Okay.
It will, you'll keep from getting these long skinny triangles here because it'll only go to where the break line is in the.
I see.
Now they look pretty good over here. There's a little something going on right here. And that was with that building. Let's see if I can find a couple of spots in there too. So there's a little sort of a randomized point in there that looks like it's a little high. So for instance, if I see that point right there, if I were to get rid of that, watch this contour here. See that?
Oh wow.
But the only way that does it is because I've taken that point out of the surface model. So I don't necessarily, you know, because that's a point you shot in the field, it should be part of the surface. But if there's something or any kind of any kind of suspicion about these things, then you should, you know, if it is a bad point and you don't have, and you can't go back out in the field, then no problem. You just take it out and it's as if you just didn't observe that point. And right in there was that, remember, this was that corner right in here that we shot. Here's whatever this point is here. And then you got, all right, so you look right.
I think that's the area where I have some of those utilities and whatever up next to the building that probably.
Yeah, so right in here, you see those 3 points. I got a point, and a point, then it goes to the point. So, you know, something, we need to find out what that is. So, and that's by the building. All right, so we've had a good first look. Let's exit that. And now, because I made changes, it asked me if I want to save it. But again, I don't want you to get super, you know, happy slappy about making your surface edits like that, because you need to go back and fix problems if there are problems. Now, here's, yeah, see, there's that overhead wire, but I think we said none. non-surface, so that one's okay. Then there's a pavement and then an FFE, so 670, 81, 670, 51, 43, and there's 39. So at that point,
yeah, that EM.
yeah, that's the EM. What, an electric meter?
Yes.
And it's on the ground?
No, that's going to be a non-surface for sure.
Okay.
That's huh?
Oh, it's already marked as a non-surface.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
I wonder if is it the finished floor that's pulling that all the way up, or
Oh, you know what? I marked this one, so I'm gonna change the overhead. So apparently when I clicked it, I got the wrong point the first time. So now they're both non-surface. All right, so
Okay.
now you've got this 670, 81, so it's a little higher than the 51. That's all right though. And this being a hard break line, the hard edge, it should just, yeah, put a little point there in the middle, which I think would be by me. So there's 670. And we said one of those. Nope, so 670, 18, 670, 51, 81. So it's a little high right in there. Again, you're talking 3/10. I mean, that's, you know, not much. All right, so there's 69, 33, 34. Those are pretty close, pretty right on. 67, 38, 35, 68, 01. Those I could all live with. And so this is all just a matter of, you know, chasing this stuff down. Now I've got a couple of points in here. I've got the EC, which was that top of that. We dropped that corner, and right there's what's causing the problem. Remember when we made this outside line that goes around it, we just dropped it by that constant amount. But really that point, which by that amount is 669.53. Well, that really ought to be closer to that. Okay. So I'm going to change that point. I'm going to select that, and I'm going to say, I'm just going to click and start to move. I'll give it a .xy. Come back and grab that. And now the elevation I want was that, which now it's a 669, 1983. So it should be a 669, 20, and there it is. So it matches the same. So that part's okay. Probably got a similar thing going on here. What is this? My pavement point. So 6919. And I go through. That's a 6951, 6949. But the actual pavement shot is 6990. No, I'm sorry, that's the top. The pavement shot is 6919. So these 2 points here, let's see if this one. That is 69, 49, 46. So that's the right spot there for, but now keep in mind this point at the end of this EC was drawn by by that code, which was, let's see, what is that point? Is right here. Yeah, that's an EC shot. See that EC is 669.49. The pavement shot is 69.19. So it's 3/10 higher. The EC is higher than the pavement. And that's okay. So now what I think we want to do is let's connect the pavement points. 3D break lines. Set color, we'll make them green, just keep these separate. And I'm going to take that pavement point there. And I'm going to go to this pavement point here. And now I'm going to come back and tie it all in with that. And do see, I don't want to necessarily go there to get a little edge. There might be a little edge, but I don't know. I don't have another shot out there to do it. So I think I'm just going to live with that. And this does not have a vertex in there, but it has an elevation. .53, whereas this one is 68.53. So that's pretty good. All right, I would go with that. Go another 3D. And we'll connect these pavement points. So pavement to pavement to EP. I don't have that. We did go to there. I think what we may need to do is this. All right, I think that will fix that edge. You know, we got some goofiness in here. I'm going to, for the moment, freeze the points. Now let's see if we can't figure this out. If I spin this up. I see something that's screwed up right there. It's a good thing. Remember, I told you I was confident that it was going to work.
Yeah.
Always. Double check. Now, in a case like that, you'd see it when you drew the contours, but so many people do this stuff and they don't. All right, so that's brought those back up. Now, we're in here, and so I've got those 2 points. I've only got the 1 point here. I'm going to move that to there. That to there. And I'm going to add a point in here. Let's see if I isolate view, isolate layers. Now I'll do this in plan view. Get rid of these stray points that keep getting generated. I don't know why. There's something, one of the commands that's doing it. All right, so now yeah, those 2 points I will draft. I want to add section here, there, confirm. Got the 1. So if I repeat, now select, I'll add, confirm, add, confirm. Don't need to do anything there. We've already tied that. Okay. Now, those are far enough away. It should be all right. All right, so where else did we have? We were down here and we had
Yeah, we fixed that corner there.
line work is
Slope
okay,
there.
but we need to change that point. I think all of these are probably okay. Now, there is something that we can do is basically putting a cap across this.
Mhm.
Let's see if I've drawn it correctly. I may have missed it. Is going on with that. Okay, so this needs to come to here. We'll fix it in a sec. This needs to go to this line, and this needs to go to that line. There we go. All right, so that's going to cap that off in case these points are seeing across there for any reason. And I'm going to put so that this point doesn't jump up here and cross this. I'm going to draw another little 3D segment there to work as a break line. And one from here out to there. This part's less important, but might as well seal it. All right. Now let's figure out what happened in our building. So I'm going to go back and plot the points. And I will unisolate, which is to restore. And let's change the point. Let's resize the point attributes. We'll do a scale, let's say just quarter. And we'll say both. And then like when you're done, with those, you could always draw locate points again, and you could use field to finish to get the symbology, but tell it not to draw the lines. We've already got the lines done. So now right in here's a bunch of things. Let's go back to the plan view. And those are probably okay. I didn't notice there being much of a problem up in there. We have resolved those, I think. Now it's this stuff in here that we need to verify. We've got so 98 to 49 and then to 19. So you shot a point there at 19. You shot this point EC as 69.5. This one is 70. So 69.5 in there. That means that sidewalk, this pink edge is probably, you can say it's got a little bit of a reveal down to the pavement.
It does.
Okay, so that part's good then. Even though we have that making us sort of second guess it. All right, so here is 69, 99, 52. So that's the high and low. And then 69, 26. So that's, I think, still the same thing. But what do we got here? This, I don't know. Yeah, this should still go to the pavement and stop. But it doesn't. That one doesn't. I look at that line, that line, that line. We get this top line too, and then this line and this line. Yeah, see, here's, we may need to have rethought our idea for the bottom. So right now what we're saying is that, see that green, end of that green line is where you shot a pavement point.
Mm-hmm.
This purple line is where we shot the sidewalk coming up to it.
Uh-huh.
So this facing line down here, instead of coming to this point, should probably come to
Should
this,
go down there, yeah.
then up, across, down, and back over. I think that'll fix that. So this Thought it was over in the other section. All right, so, so that, now, remember those little 3D lines I drew in there to help visualize
Mm-hmm.
stuff? I gotta be really careful to make sure that I because, you know, if I leave those behind and I'm making some modifications, like that one. Let's see here. Yeah, it's these little verticals. So if I make some changes here, if I change that and I leave that alone where it used to be, I could have some issues. So like right in there, I bet that's probably what's causing. So if I take this line now, and I'm going to go down to here, and then back up to there. This line just needs to go away. That was just that visualization line. So I'm now coming to there and up. And I'll take that visualization line out, and I'm going to take this down to here and up. And let's see what that's going to look like. Does that look right to you? Because that's the shot down here on the pavement. This is a shot up here that you call the edge of concrete. Now it's not huge, 6919, 6949, so it's only 3/10.
That's right.
Okay, so that looks good. Crap, I'm lost in space here now. I'm upside down, I think. Let's see, nope. There. All right, so across the top, across the bottom from pavement to pavement and up. And then pavement and up. And then I think this, sorry, I'm gonna have to come back to it. I'm so out of whack here. So there's the building, and then this is the stuff in front of it. I think that's probably all okay. It goes to, now right in there, you see that pavement spot?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this needs to go dot XY. And then the Z of that. Which is what I should have done back over at these points, but they're kicking out to the pavement. Let me see. Now this one. Dot XY of itself to the pavement. So that's no, it's down the pavement. I may have to go back and fix this. So these right in here, I think kicked out. So I'm going to look at that here. I'm going to go back to view. See if it kicked out too much for my liking, like right in there, you see, yeah, that did. So if I bring this back, let's say .xy, and I'm going to turn off the snapping at the moment. I'm just going to pull this back right in. Here, and then it needs the Z of there. Let's turn that snapping off again. Let's grab. Oh, let's see. Snap, snap, snap. Wow, is it not doing that? All right, so now that has acquired that elevation, but it's over closer in. That's what I was looking to do. Same thing in here. Although I think that one's okay, that I'll leave alone. That one we did okay. That one has the elevation. 69, 1983, 69, yeah. Same thing there. We've got 69, 71, 87. Oh, let's see here. 69, 71, 87. It should be 51. So if I select start to move .xy of itself, and then the intersection there. So now it is at 6951. That's what I want. .69, 66. That one's already good. .69, 64. So .xy of itself. And then the he's my shot. Yeah. XY of itself still needs Z. So now it is 69.77. There we go. This one is 6977. So I'm gonna move it to dot xy. It needs Z of that. It is now 6977. Do. Dot XY of itself. That's what I missed. Needs the Z of that. So now 699. There we go. Same thing here. We're going to move this to dot XY of itself. Needs Z of that. Okay. Start to move dot XY of itself. Needs Z. Yeah. Now, we've got all these little shorties that we need to also move. We'll isolate that here in a minute and go through and figure it out. That we already fixed. All right. Yeah, you know what's going to be easier. Instead of trying to grab that for the viewer, it's just directly here. All right, so that goes to that. We fixed. That goes to that. Right, there's a clean out. Make that a non-surface. So that's that. Let's fix these two little. That one's fixed. This one needs to be fixed. That one's fixed. That one's fixed. Fix. Let's see if that should be 669.07. And it's not. With the dot XY of itself. Elevation of that. And then this. Let's go there. This is EC point coming from. All right, so that point 79. All right, so 0.79 is an EC point. It's a little higher up. And this is an EC point. So that has that. We need that needs to, this needs to come up a little. So we need to add a vertex. In here of that, confirm. And then this, we need to move dot XY of itself and that Z. All right, I think. That's really cool. And then pavement. That's 6963, 69 something else. So that needs to move to the dot XY of itself and the Z of that. This. There. This needs to move from the dot XY of itself to the Z of that. I think it was already set. Okay. It's a little. All right, I think that's fixed that part. Took care of that. Let's come back down here and find that iron rod found and set that to non-surface. This one should already be at non-surface. It is. And what do we have along here? Got this. Missed one. So I'm going to add oh, wait a minute. What do we have? That is break one. So that's a top. So there's break. There's break. So we missed those points. unless that's supposed to be something different. So
Mhm.
we got break one, and then we got break and break, and then a light pole.
So that these brakes, back out just a little bit. Those brakes stop. Yeah, brake one and brake don't connect. So that brake should end down there-ish. I think even one more down.
Well, you got break one.
That's brake one. Is there another brake one down here to the left?
Yeah,
What's that connecting to?
well, that's right now it's break one.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's good.
All right, so break one to break one. Now toe goes all the way across.
Hmm.
All right, so break one to break one, but you're saying this. And then break one.
You know what? So we took out that little point, but it does do that now that I remember. And so that brake is actually going to follow through those brake lines there.
So I need to add. Like this. Right?
Mhm. Yep, that's it.
Okay. All right. Still will probably need to go back and fix some more stuff in the building. I'll say okay. Yes to overwrite. Select my shrink wrap. Nothing else. Oh, it gave me an error. Probably up there where we did. What's what? I missed it. Back of curb gutter.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm not convinced that. Let's see. Yeah. That's exactly what it, I thought we did that already.
I did too.
Yeah. I don't know. We haven't done something one too many times. All right, triangulate and contour. Okay, yes. Pick. No more, no exclusions, everything. Okay. Now we're going to view. Is it on your other screen?
Yep.
Okay, this may be getting better. Let's see, let's turn these triangles off. We fixed that. We fixed this down here. That's good. There may be something going on there. Right off the road. I don't remember what those points were.
Got some EGs. I don't think I did a center line there. Oh, there's a utility. There's a manhole and a pad down there that might be doing that.
Ah, that's exactly what that was. So in fact, let's go back out to. Let's just grab everything. Well, I'll get it. Let's see. Oh. All right, maybe we have to do it graphically.
I keep saying invalid input.
I guess it's looking for it graphically. All right, so there's
Mhm.
and
That's what it is.
I think we said you know, it's a break line. So that's fine. Now there's a point right there. But to keep that triangle from forming like that, there needs to be something across it here. I'm inclined to let that go. Let me see what this is doing up here. Some goofiness in there. Let's see. Into pavement. It's that back of curb that's rolling backward.
Yeah, and it does. It's kind of an old funky curve that does lean back a little bit.
Well, so
Some
we've also got, you see the EP line, and then we've got the gutter line. Looks like the gutter is a lot higher.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't look like the gutter dropped down.
So what do we got out here? That's where that pole is. That might be it. That might be what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is from those long skinny triangles. Right.
Yeah, those long skinny triangles create a little spot, and I guarantee it doesn't. If it were to flow,
It's
Mhm. So back behind the building where we were over there, there's a couple of things I noticed.
okay. Behind this building.
Yeah, so if you back out just a little bit more, it shows that high spot there, but it's a little more gradual leading up to it.
Right.
That's-
This hot spot over here.
Yeah, those three there, it shows it climbing up. Yeah, so it doesn't climb up that quite like
It's-
that.
It's this point here.
Yeah.
That's actually low.
That looks better. And then that side of it too. Yeah, that's pretty crazy there.
All right. Now. All right, I'm inclined to say that part. What we got here. Still had that point out there. What was it? That was,
I think there's is that picking up? No, that's not where the iron rod is.
we got a point issue there too. There's an actual point. All right, so that is right there. I'm gonna do that and not save. And I'm gonna come look at this. Back of curb, gutter and edge of pavement, 66.4, 65.9. So basically 66, half foot drop, 66.06. So that climbs back up from 65.99 to 66.09. That's why that's happened. 66.3, 66 flat. And there's 65 and 66.19. See, that should be. Oh, no, that's right. 66.06 down to 64. 599. Okay, that's good. 26, 19, 70. Well, that should work. That's the gutter. That's the gutter.
Is it that little leader there that's doing something?
599. Take a peek. See 66, 48, 8. Now, where did you see a leader?
Well, I thought there was, yeah, right under the 4.
Okay,
Oh, no, that's the
that's
point.
the point, yeah. All right, let's see here. $66.06. That's basically flat, and then it comes to that. So this should be like 66.4, and it is 66.4886. So I don't see why that would cause that problem. Don't see any other points in there. Hmm. No good. Let's go to 0 elevation subpost. Okay. Ah. There you go. Yeah. Why is that doing that?
More than likely something I did last night. It wasn't doing it, and then it started doing it. I'm sure not by itself.
Same point. I don't know what's doing with this stupid leaders. And it's got a bunch of non-zero point information in here. Yeah, wow. All right, so that probably would fix that. Do a couple of triangle screenings in here. Let's see what this does for still something. Maybe I was looking in the wrong spot. Maybe it's right in here. What a bust. Which one is that? So I missed snapping that. No, still. All right, that's better. Yeah. All right, the back edge of the building's gotten taken care of, including, well, still got a couple of little jiggy jaggies. All right, so that's the back of the curb. And this point here was one you called, I think, toe. Is that your toe?
That was break. Right behind the back of curb.
So does that curb have a bit of an open reveal, or?
What do you mean by that?
Like, was it sticking out of the ground on the backside?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You see right here. Yeah, that looks okay. But we need, come on. I'll get it almost like I like it, and then it goes away. All right. Stop right there now. Do that. So there's the top, but I need to go from there around to there.
Lost a brake line there.
Break one, so I do this. Draw these. Draw these. So now try one of these. That's going to be an arc. And it's going to go to second point of say in here. Interpolate into here. All right, so that will fix that. I need we got some stuff to do up there, but let's see. It's getting 3 o'clock. So if we save and let's try and get and contour that now. And let's go grab these. Does that look okay?
Yeah, I have to tell you, it's as it looks better than it did, and I think it's close enough for what we need.
Yeah. You're right. Now we got a couple of spots there that if we add a break line from here to here. And one from here to here. One from there to there. Oops. How about from there to, it's not labeled. Let's see. From here. Just not seeing where the point is. Must have got it. So then from Here. Here. Oh, I'm seeing some new. That we have a break line from. Here to here. What is that? From here to here, it's from here to. Let me turn those off for a minute. Okay, so that break line's on.
Must have been just a single natural ground shot I took that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's starting to look better.
Like I said, I want to chase this stuff all damn day.
Yeah. I totally see what you're doing though. That makes sense. That's definitely more representative of a smoother elevation change from the back corner of that building to the corner of the lot there.
Yeah.
That definitely doesn't look right.
Uh, yeah, looks like we got some graphics issues going on here. Let me do this.
That actually, that little piece right there, that, well, I was talking more in the corner there. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good
Yeah, this
right in there. Yeah, it does kind of drop down like that, and almost like a stadium seating.
Ooh. Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
That crazy line there. That's about the only thing that I see that really jumps out at me anymore.
Well, we still got a mess up there at the building. Where is that point? Hmm. It's on the edge. Why? Oh, let's see here. This thing keeps jumping. I can't seem to get it. To stabilize. See if it'll let me. Yeah, good, it did. All right, this is around that back building line. Now, there is, can you tell that, see that building walk coming up, blah, blah.
Mhm,
See this point here, how it's pulling this high?
mhm.
And that was the one we had a question about. Is that one critical?
Yeah.
All right, let's take that away now. I should be going back and setting the point to non-surface. But I think in the interest of time, we're gonna need to just make these up, but I need you to guide me as to what's what.
Yeah, let's see. It is dropping back down like that. That's actually beginning to look, because it's pretty flat up in there. Yeah, that's starting to just that, not that much elevation change up there, even
Well,
slight.
keep in mind, the contours you're looking at are only half footers.
Oh, okay. That's probably looking pretty good the way it. Mhm.
Right now.
Yeah, that little area up there. There's, it looks like, is that drop?
Yeah.
Does not.
That. So that's a point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I think those were two pavement shots right by each other. I think that's what's kind of messing it up.
Let's see.
Mhm.
Let me do this.
That does make sense.
All right, I'm getting happier. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, because it kind of goes around the building and then what about those contour lines in the middle of the building?
That came about from there being a point in there.
I think that's the FFE. We probably make that a non-surface, right? Because they're just looking for that elevation.
Yeah. Now, if there are not supposed to be there's a contours in there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we could put an exclusion in there and it would just cut a hole in it so you wouldn't draw it.
Okay. That would make more sense there. The guy, once you come in that entrance, it climbs up, then it kind of flattens out next to the building, and then it goes back down just a little bit behind it. So that looks really good.
Shoot this thing all the way across the parking lot. I can't. Problem is it's so laggy and then I can't get it to stabilize. All right. Getting to be about there. Now, if we add a break line from
There's very strange wet stuff falling from the sky. I'm not sure what it is.
yeah, you know, yesterday we got a tree down in the woods back. Yesterday it got it's now 53 here, but it got up to 84 yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a big spike for this time of year.
it is.
We're sitting at
All right. What I'm gonna do is this. Let's save these edits. And I'm going to, is there a box on your other screen?
No, there it is.
I got it. Say EG. Edited. I need to call about a 10-minute break and we'll come back and finish that up and we'll be done with that.
Sounds good, brother.
All right, I'll see you back here. Let's say about 10 till.
Sounds good, buddy.
All right, I'll
All right,
pause.
man.
I'll be right back. Are you back, Mike? Huh. Can't get it to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Yeah, I've been here the whole time. I kept trying to grab the cursor to go to unmute, but I couldn't do it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay, man. You're fine.
Yeah,
I
I
was like, oh
forgot
no,
I
he
was
he
remoting.
thinks I'm still goofing off.
What's all right, so let's see now. I think we're just about here. Just about ready. For your final delivery.
Man, that looks so pretty.
Yeah, I think we've got here. We've got one little. Dealio in here. Let's see if I can't. All right, I think that's about got it. And a little bit of. Ooh. All right. Okay, now. Let's talk about the drafting part. So we want to, we can now freeze off this boundary. I would keep it, but we're gonna freeze it. So I'm gonna go to freeze layer by pick. And also these 3D break line. So now it should be the only 3D lines. Should be that. Let's see. So we need to freeze. There we go. And then we'll go back to plan view. Now it's going to be a matter of, you know what, let me. Everything on, and then also.
So Dad has been working on, well, matter of fact, he finished up the boundary, so he has that in a separate drawing.
All right, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna erase these points from the drawing.
Okay.
And then put them back with the right symbology. So let's erase points from the screen. All. No. Both. And now we will freeze. So that your edges are concrete. So I'm gonna let, so this 2D.
Yeah, I can go back and fix that.
Yeah, you can fix that. Turn your 3D back on and just add, you know, break this out and add a point and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
You can do that. And then the same thing back here. You've got a couple of lines. Let's see, what do we got? The pink one is on a layer called polyline. And that's also on a layer called polyline. So I would take those out. Let's see what else, where else they might B, so we'll take those away. And we will select this. All right, so those are not joined. We will join them. And we'll set it to closed. So there's that building.
Beautiful.
And then you can dress that up if you need to turn the 3Ds
Yes.
back on, follow it, but make it a 2D.
Okay.
And so what do we have here? We've got a road edge pavement, but we don't have those curb lines. And these are need to be joined up here. We're in the back of curb layer. Did I accidentally get that frozen? I don't see what they are. Let me see what all got frozen. Shrink wrap, brake line, keep. That's fine.
You know, I think we had that one on a 3D brake line keep. I
Oh,
think
yeah, but the 3D, there should have been a 2D line that also
2D.
got done. If we yeah, they're there. It's just the three, yep, they're all 3Ds. So what I would do is just see if we can take a 3D to 2D. No. There's 3D to 2D. Let's see if we can do it at 0. We're going to select the gutter and the back of the curb. See if this lets us. Nope, let's undo that. Thought it was going to let us choose a different layer. All right, so no worries. We can do it this way. We're going to just do an offset. Do a layer. And the interlayer option for the first object is the source through take that one and go to there. Okay, now freeze back that brake line keep. That you're going to put on. We have a V road. The road. That's our gutter. Don't have anything for road. did you keep that layer gutter? I don't see it. And back of curb. All right, so we're gonna make 2 new layers. Dash road dash gutter and B dash road dash curb. We'll make the curbs this color. The gutter will make yellow. And then I would take this. B dash road gutter. And then this. B dash road curb. Yeah, there should just be the 3. Yep, okay. All right, now that way you've got 2 arcs and you, oh. You guys do the same thing with this. I forgot to join that up. All right. So that's offset through this one, through that. And then this one through that. Then this one through that. And this one through that. And now we will join. And here's a little trick as well. Let's see, we will. The one that you pick last, that's why I'm going to go over here and then pick the middle, is the one whose layer gets joined, but apparently it didn't.
Sign it.
It was too big a gap. All right, now. This one and this one will join to that one. Why is it not? Zero elevation. Let's see all 3 of those. It's all 0. All 0. All right, so there's something else going on. Let's see. This off. Right there, that was the problem. No, it shouldn't have been. Let's see, yeah, it was. We had it only join identical layers. Go. Now, since these are same layer, it doesn't really matter. All right, so that's on layer edge of pavement. That's on layer gutter. That's on layer curb. So that'll help your drafting. Now, so what we have left to do drafting wise now is to draw the contour. Well, you got to fix this building.
Yes.
Let's just do that real quick here for you. And you're going to say, are we going to break that, or are we going to draw the, like, does that have a pad, or you say it's just up to here and then this is nothing, right?
No, it's continuous. It goes all the way.
Oh, okay, then simple that we'll do here is we're just going to add a vertex. So I'm going to select this. I'll right click here and say add vertex. I'll just grab the endpoint.
Bada bing, bada boom.
And
Sweet.
then back to freeze off the 3D break lines again. So you see what I'm doing is I'm using the break lines, but I'm working in 2D so that I don't get the elevations carried. So now, so you'll need to, you know, finish this stuff up here.
Sure.
This trace around the outside, because really all you want is the envelope, and you know, you're drawing a plan view element of it and maybe hatch.
Right.
You want that kind of stuff. All right, so now we're going to contour your surface. And remember, and a lot of people, you know, when they triangulate and contour, they draw the contours, they see contours, they go, oh, bada bing, I'm done. So we went through a real lengthy sort of process whereby we evaluated the surface, even made some edits to it. And now we're ready to contour that surface. That's why we always write that file. So I'm going to set a couple of layers. And they may already be here. I don't know. The surf, we don't have the contours. All right, so we're going to make 2 new layers. I'm going to say V surf cont IDX for the index. We're going to make the intermediates. And T. I'm going to set the colors to be sort of muted. And then we're going to load up a line type. If you don't have it here, there you got it. You got contour. And contour 2. So the index gets contour. And the intermediates get contour 2. Okay, now we make sure that our polyline generation turned on. This, okay, now when we draw these contours, they're going to draw, even with those line styles, the gap's a little too big, in my opinion. So I'll show you how to fix that. So we're going to go to, I'm going to let you draw, go to the surface menu. Or let's see, either one of that, yeah. And we're going to contour from tin file. Okay. And it's going to ask you to pick a file. We're going to pick that EG edited. All right. So it's now going to go to just like we saw on the triangulate and contour command, except it doesn't have the selection tab, and we're going to uncheck the inclusion exclusion areas. We don't need it because the surface has already got an area. And we're not going to densify the break lines. We don't need that either. But next time you do a contour to build a surface, make sure you check those back on. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go to the contour tab next. And draw the contours. And you want to contour by interval. That's correct. Now the contour layer, and this is where the intermediates. So you're going to select, and you're going to find that V-surf contour int. And how often do you want your contours to, you want 1 foots?
Yes.
Okay, and then you're going to check to draw the index contours next. And select that layer, V-surf cont IDX. Okay. And now you're going to do uncheck the reduced vertices. You'll go ahead and leave them on. And let's put just a wee bit of smoothing on here. I don't generally do that, but we'll do it for this case. We'll leave it set to, no, uncheck that.
Oh.
So it's already set to Bezier smoothing. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
But the smoothing factor of 5, crank that back down to like 3. Just slide it, take that slider and move it back to 3. Right in there. Okay. Now go to the labels tab.
Mhm.
And you want to check to label the contours, and let's put it on the same layer as the index. So we'll just select V-surf cont IDX. Say okay, and we want to label style, hit the select button. Let's see if you've got a style already set up, just like standard or Roman S probably would be fine. Either one of those. There you go. And the integers all labeled decimals, you can pull that down and choose 0, or just leave it at auto is fine. It'll do
Okay.
it. Now the label text size scalar. So how big do you want these in plotted inches at your scale? I would set that to probably 0.06 just because I think it's scaling a little large right now. Okay, and now, and the parts below where it says break contours label and all that, we don't want to break them. We want to hide underneath them, and that is down that right there. Yeah. And we want to also check label index contours only.
Let's see, label index contours only. Okay.
Then finally, we want to do a distance interval instead of a label interval.
Okay.
And for that distance, let's put about how long is your site, you know?
Boy, I'd say 800-900 feet max.
All right, so let's do this. It's every 200 feet. So just type 200 and let's see what that is.
Okay.
And then say okay.
Wow. Wow.
All right, so now what do we got? We got see, it was 200 feet was probably a little too big. So let's do this. We've already got everything there. I'm going to select these 2 lines and say select similar. Then I'm going to change their scale down to half that size, or maybe even a little smaller. And I'm going to select this and select similar. And let's just delete that. And we're going to now, we've already drawn them. So when you go back to surface, we're going to say contour utilities. And let's say contour elevation label. Now, this is going to ask you to set the label layer. So we'll set that, we'll put a v-surf, and that's going to go on contour IDX. Label style, we said Roman S. And we're going to align with hide under, but not break. X size scalar 0.0. 5. Now this part's going to be pretty nice for you here. Let's see, label by distance. Let's say no. Now watch what happens. It's going to ask us to pick a point. So everywhere you want the contours labeled, let's say if I want these contours and I don't know how many are crossing the street, so I'm just going to click a point here and click a point here. Undo that. And let's try that one more time. Forgot to check. Label index only. There we go. Now we're going to pick from here across to here, and that should label just that one. Then we'll pick in the middle. So anywhere, like if I cross now this whole thing, it'll pick up. Apparently there's, oh, it's labeled with zeros. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Let's do that again. All right, let's try that once again. Label. Oh, with no zero. Duh. All right, now we should get it. Third time the charm. There's that one. Put one there. We'll label across the site. And probably going to get the one. Let's see, is there anything else down here? We're going to go from here down to here. And of course, if you wanted others, you would, like if you wanted to put these individual ones, you could do that. There's something going on here. That's one. Six. 666. Yeah, that's the same contour. Just click. All right. So see, right now that doesn't really tell you which way the thing's going. So you might consider doing every one of them while we're at it. So let's select right click, select similar, and delete those. And then we'll just label again, and this time we will say label them all. And that way they'll be able to tell.
If you had more of the primaries or indices, then, I guess you wouldn't need that.
Correct. Yeah, it's just that we can't really see, what's going on with that now. Instead of, we'll see what this does for us. It might jam up a couple in here. We'll fix that.
Okay.
And then let's come down. Didn't get one in there yet. And then finally, we will go from here down to here. And then here. Across to here. Now, there's sort of, let me do it one more time and get. Let's do these this way instead. Okay, so now we're going to select this. Get rid of that. But now here's the nifty part. Let's say something is not. And you see how it flips them because it would be reading upside down correctly, but you can actually tell it to flip those, like if you want them to be, reading all sort of the same direction.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can, on your annotate menu, flip labels. You're going to flip selected labels. You just select that one, and that one, for instance. That one you couldn't see it because it's the same based on the digit 669, look all the same. Now, here's the fun stuff. This right here is if, see how they're all jammed up and we want to move them, you can select them and move them, but because you didn't break it, on the surface menu is a little command and it's under contour utilities, just move. Oh, there we could have flipped the labels on the contours. So, but we can move the labels along the contours. So if you select this, now watch, it'll just walk the contour line.
Okay.
So we'll put this one here. We'll leave that one where it is. We'll pull this guy back. And we'll slide this guy up. Let's see, let's get it. Best to not snap. So there you've got them spread out so you can read them.
Nice.
They're all good in there. They're good in there. We had some down in here we want to spread out. So we'll take this guy. Now that walks up there, but I'm not going to walk him up. I'm going to just get him a little bit. Maybe off the fence and stuff. All right. So that's that. We didn't put any in there, but they can figure that out by tracing them with their eye. And there you go. There you have it.
Outstanding, Ken. So just for my information, how do Dad's got the boundary? How do you bring a boundary in or take this into the boundary?
Oh, okay, so he's got another drawing, and if it's on the same coordinate system, which hopefully it is, then what you're going to do is this. You're going, now I've saved that, and let's say if this, do you have anything open that's,
Yeah, all these are on the same coordinate system, 83 Texas Central.
but I mean, is it near our site?
No,
All right, you say your dad's got the boundary, is it something you can reach on your computer or not?
it is not right now.
Oh, okay. Well, here's how you do this. I'm going to I'm going to create another drawing from this. And I'm just going to say, I'm just going to get this amount. Let's see, we got annotated text going on here. Let's see, let's annotation. How about select annotation display. I'm going to turn off. Okay. All right, so if I'm just going to grab a couple of things here, and I'm going to say W block. I'm going to write a block. And I'll take these entities, I'll leave it at 0, 0, I'll retain these, and I'm going to put these out here. Is this your directory? Where we're
Yeah,
working?
yes.
I'm going to call this example to move boundary info. All right. So now I'll say okay. And there it's done. Now I'm going to open up that file, and this is what you're going to do when your dad's finished with his. You're going to open that file. Now you're going to see what's going to happen. So I'm going to erase a couple of things here so you can see it's a different file. If I erase my layer, and let's say, you had another fence, or it was a boundary line or something like that. Okay. And then maybe these were moved slightly. And let's make them red. Right. So this is obviously not exactly the same as yours. Okay, but it's all in the same coordinate system. So, he's going to have a boundary line. And whatever it is that you want from his drawing into yours, you're going to select and then bring it across. And you do that with a clipboard copy, or you can do something else here too. I'm going to save this file. And I'm going to go back to our file. You can also do an XREF. You can just reference his boundary. So when you do that, you can do it two ways. You can do it here on this layer control, which is how you normally set your layers. But over down here is this external reference. And you can attach a file. When you do that, you're going to select the file. And it's going to come in. It says an insertion point for block. I'm just going to do a 0, 0, and then take the defaults for everything else. And then I'll close this off. And now you're going to see, there's his boundary. Now it's slightly dimmed because there's a FREF control, I think, is what does it. Let's see what fade. X fade control. I'm going to set that up to 0 so you can see it. At full. I selected, it's the external reference. See, why is it not? Fading back up. Maybe I have to unload it. And then reload it. Let's see. X fade control.
Look at you. Will you look for the help?
Yeah, it should be on the other screen probably.
Right. Okay, well. Yep.
There we go. So let's set the fade when the plot when editing fades applied to extend. All right, well, that's when you edit it. I don't want that. I want it's what they call reference fading, but it's not. Come up with fading. Set that because I think I set that to 0, did I not? X fade control 0. Let's try that. Fade X drawing fade control. Maybe that's it. So X DWG fade control. Yeah, that's probably it. I hope. Well, yeah, there now it's back to the full. Okay, so now, so that's the whole file. If I select anything on it, the whole thing gets selected because it's just an extra reference. Okay, and you can freeze individual layers on and off. You can see when you go to the layers, you're going to see these layer names are going to be prefixed with the name of the drawing.
Okay.
Okay, so you could change the name or change, let's see, what was that site fence? Let's make it a green so you can tell it was his. All right, and you can freeze those and thaw those. So that is, well, actually that was probably done as a yellow. Back over to here and let's select these and set their color to by layer. And so even he's got yellow and blues as by layers. If you save this, come back to ours, now you're going to see a little thing pop up that says you need to reload it because you changed it. So now the fence is green. And these are now blue, but you can change what your colors, line types, everything you can change in here. So his buildings under example to move building instead of blue, let's make that red. And instead of continuous, whatever, but use the old smileys. And I get that smileys line type is not really defined. I guess that's why it's not showing up. So anyway, you can control how that is shown. In fact, let's do that. Building instead of smileys, let's do it something like a phantom. Yeah, there you go. So now you see it's that a different line style. Didn't have enough distance to make it pattern. Or maybe these line type it by layer. Okay, that's all right. Save that. Come back here. So there you go. All right, so that's one way. And like I said, if you didn't want something, you can freeze those on and off, and you can do it through the layer picker, or you can just go to the, you can pick layer by pick, and it won't freeze the whole thing. See, it kept the green up there. So it knew to just freeze that one layer of your external reference file. And that is right here. You see it's now frozen. Okay, I'll thaw it back. Now, so that's one way to do it. The other way, and now I can detach that, and you can do it simply by selecting it and deleting it. I think it still keeps it in the X reference list. Yes, there it is, but it's unreferenced now. So I usually I do it from here, and I just choose, I right click and choose detach. So now it's complete.
Nice, I like that.
So that's one. Now, however, what he's got in the boundary, if the only thing you really need is the boundary and the meets and bounds and such like that. And you leave everything that you've got there. Let's annotate angle, distance, or let's just auto annotate. Let's see if we can get it. Is it on another screen? There we go. Bearing and distance. That should be fine. We'll just have it do this and this. Oh, I didn't need all that. Take this off. So you see there. Okay, let me try the annotate default. This goes up a little better. 08. Let's make that an O. The distance decimals two of those. And then auto annotate. Let's make sure we. Think we had erased previous checked on. I don't remember where they stuck it. It's probably back on the defaults. So we'll say, okay, see what happens. Yeah, there we go. All right. So he's got the boundary all line work and stuff, and that's all that you want. You don't want, you know, where he's got a picture of something drawn or anything, or you don't want general notes and all of that. If all you want is there, and as long as it's in the same coordinate system, which you said it will be, then what you're going to do is go to his file, let's save this, and you're going to select the things that you want to bring across. Let's say just that. And you're going to right click and choose not copy. That's the copy from where it is now to another place in this file. You're going to come down here to clipboard and say copy with a base point. And you're going to give that base point as 0, 0. Okay. It's now been copied. It's in the clipboard. And you go back to your drawing and you say right click clipboard, and you can just paste to the original coordinates and they pop right in there. Now the difference here,
wow.
the difference here is that this and this and this are now part of your drawing. Okay. So
Okay.
the trade-off is if you do it with an XREF, then anytime that boundary drawing changes and you load this drawing up, you're going to know that it's been changed and you need to reload it. And so it takes it out and brings the whole thing right back in, including with all the frozen layers and everything that you've controlled. So that way you pick up any changes to his file and you can see them. So that's my recommended way, is to use an external reference. But if all you need is just the boundary and the bearings and distances, then just grab it like that, you know, select it, select the stuff you want to bring over and do a clipboard copy and paste. And that's how you copy stuff from one drawing to another. You can't use the copy command because that's trying to copy it from one position in your file to another position.
Okay.
So difference between a clipboard copy and a CAD copy. All right.
That makes sense, my friend.
Okay, brother.
Man, I appreciate it. This has just been extraordinary. And I'm doing things that I couldn't imagine I would be doing 2 weeks ago. So, man, kudos to you, brother. This is awesome stuff.
I am glad to help. I think you should, like you're to the point of delivering this project to your client. You know, you have some labeling to do maybe, and
Right.
you know,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
clean up a couple little things, however you want to do it. And if you need to go back and, you know, grab some stuff and add things to it, then, you know, you want to do that. Now that's a road edge. And I guess that was that other line. So you might have that 3D line you might need to bring back in, you know, like just like we did the building, turn that 3D brake line layer back on and get that. So, but that's the difference on field to finish. That's why you would want to do that with field to finish. Once you get your codes all correct, anything that you're going to want to show in the final mapping as a drawn element and have labels on it and distances or whatever, you want to make sure that field to finish generates a 2D line for that and also creates a 3D line if it needs to be a brake line. Okay, or something with elevation. So, like I said, Field to Finish can do that, so you're not stuck sitting around drawing 3D lines and typing in elevations and all that crap. So, all right. So you get the
Sounds
get the
good,
idea?
buddy. I appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir.
And I'll keep posted on the other project. I'm going to be signing up